Hello there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to the newest, the grandest, most wonderful session of the Tales of Evrand. We are happy to be back. So let's not dally, let's not delay at all. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started. And we are back. Take it away, John.
Hey, welcome back to the Tales of Evrand session. Hell if I know. 38 or
let me
Nick?
pull it up. It's been a while.
I think it's
been a while.
Chapter
Okay,
8.
so we're definitely in book 4.
Book 4 for sure.
4.
It's in the
sure.
title of the video. We don't need to say it.
It's
You'll see
chapter
it
9.
Damn.
No, because last session was chapter 7.
Nope. Last session was chapter 8.
Sometimes time is a weird thing, and you know.
Yes.
Before we jump into the session,
I think I'm right.
I have it all written down. You're wrong.
I also have it all written down.
Okay.
Yeah, but Nick
all
said
right,
it
so
first.
so before we jump into the session, there is an announcement. Unfortunately, Knight playing Vey will no longer be with the party. They had previous engagements, and we wish them the best. We love them, and yeah. So moving forward, Knight and Vey will not be a part of the party. Other than that, let's do some summaries. Who's on summary? Because I
Me.
don't do that shit. Joe, take it away.
All right. The last leg of our journey was rather uneventful. There were 3 big things that happened. 1, we were reunited with 2 individuals from Sangsa. 1, Zhen, Vey's father, and Gideon, a very good friend and former member of the Seekers of Insania. All of us were very happy to be reunited with Gideon and to have him at our side once more. The second topic of discussion that happened, at least as I understand it, was Yursa's encounter with a magical squirrel by the name of Ratatasker. She was given a job to discover lindworms, magical creatures whose responsibility it is to tend to the roots of the tree of Yggdrasil. The guardian of the tree gave Yrsa a device to capture these creatures and send them back to him. She accepted graciously. The third and final thing that happened was related to Oberyn and the incoming vampire threat. After a very intense conversation between our party, we decided that we would head to speak with Orion to gain access to the teleportation network and more easily traverse through the continent of Afera, but specifically the kingdom of Eastvaria. Once we spoke with Orion, he gave us the necessary tools to use the teleportation circles within Eastvaria. Upon our departure, due to the teleportation magic of Orion, or perhaps his distaste for us, he teleported us on top of some poor woman's cabbages. And now, we need to decide what we plan to do next with this newfound teleportation magic and the laundry list of items we have to deal with. There you go. Short and sweet.
Yeah, love it. Thank you.
Nice.
So, as we jump back into the game.
Maybe? Oh no. Why'd everybody freeze?
Where the hell is my... There it is. After the party had been thrown out of Orion's library, outside, teleported into the city of Aelden, into a woman's backyard garden, destroying some of the plants. You all gather yourselves, get up, and, well, with the access of teleportation circles gained, with a lot of the things you guys wanted to accomplish in the city done, other than a couple, I will ask the Seekers of Insania, where are you headed?
One real quick question, though. Don't we have to go back in there to use the teleportation circles?
I would imagine that's how they work, yes.
Okay. Oh, all right. I was just clarifying. Oh, Rian will stand up.
Are you okay?
You'll-
Yeah, there's a root vegetable that hit my back really hard.
Yeah, something hit my back, but I just kind of shook it off because I'm like youthful and so. But I understand that could hurt.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fine. So, let's figure out what we plan to do next then, shall we? I think that sounds like a great idea.
Well,
I know Vasati said that she's willing to converse with us, so if we want to start with her, and depending on what she says, we can go talk to your sister, Rian.
I think that...
Or not.
No. No, I think that is a... I think it's an appropriate idea. And I think it's the best first step. But I just... Basil, you... And just to double check with Joe, did Basil talk to Vasati about helping us with that situation?
That's what this
All
conversation is
she-
about to be
You
about,
guys haven't
right?
talked to Vasati
Yeah,
yet, no?
all Basil said was, "Hey, meet me at this place and time. We need to talk."
Okay.
Because basically they were gonna be like, "We're never gonna talk again," but Basil was like,
Yeah.
"I think you know
Maybe. Okay,
that's
yeah.
wrong."
Sorry, it's
So
been
that's
3
like-
weeks. I just wanted to reorganize that. Okay.
Yeah.
Rianne will say, I think that what would be best in this situation is I think that we should talk to Vasati first before we talk to Sayori. Because I never told Sayori who I knew was connected to the Deep Father. I only mentioned that I knew, or I thought there were individuals that were connected. So I think that we should see how Vasati is feeling about potentially working against her father, which probably won't go well, but
It's really hard to tell. I feel very... I feel that she wouldn't not consider it.
so she would.
I think it's possible.
Right.
Her life is also at risk here. Maybe knowing consequences might help push her in the right direction.
I think so. She seemed very adamant that she was too deep in that world to be able to do anything. So I think that's a good enough excuse that she brought up. Maybe I'm reading in between where there's no lines, you know. I could just be assuming this whole thing. But to me, it felt like when I offered to help her leave, she seemed very at a crossroads. So I say we give it a try, and Rian, listen. I will be upfront with her. I will tell her that if she does not come with us, that's it. Our party comes first. And if she decides to not come with us, that will not sway my opinion.
All right.
I'll stand
just-
with you and your sister.
I know you would. I want you to know that I take no joy in it.
I know. I don't either.
All right. Well, then let's talk to Vasati first, and then we can find Sayori and talk to her. I do think that
Sounds
it
good.
might be a good idea if Vasati is willing to help us with your father. Perhaps she can help us with Oberon. It might be something we should look into. Because I know Sayori would. If it means me helping her stop Deep Father, then He'll help us fight Oberyn. Or at least stop him.
We can
But-
try, see where it takes us.
All right. Well, then, where were you going to meet Vasati, Basil?
Well, back when we were originally at the old inn, I was going to tell her to just meet us in one of the rooms. All of my audio was going crazy.
It's technically me.
I can't,
Turning
it's
things
so
down and
loud.
stuff.
I'm trying to...
Just go to global volume controls and turn your playlist down.
Okay. That makes sense. So I had originally told her, but now that we're going here, I don't know if we still technically have our belongings at the old inn. Do we? Yeah. So we'll just go there. I do remember we had set up a time. I don't remember what time. It was in the afternoon. I think we said like
I think it was like 1 p.m.
something.
I think it was around there.
So we
So
can
you
go
guys
back
are-
to the old inn.
Yeah.
So you all walking this entire time, you were walking, you realize you come out around here in Northgate
Interesting.
as you walk into King's Cross and you see the Athenaeum and the temples around you. So you kind of know where you are at this point. You can hear the bustling of the city. It is early morning. People are walking around. There is the liveliness has picked up in the city. As you all are walking, is there anything you guys want to do before you get back to the tavern? The Bannered Mare.
Gideon's. Oh, go ahead, Nick. You first.
Oh, I was just gonna say, after we meet with Shadi and do all the stuff we need to do here, I wanted to make sure we're going to Shradina. Is that right?
I imagine it would depend. I imagine it depends on how the conversation goes. To an extent, at least.
Yeah. We just need to, let's keep in mind that whatever happens here, as soon as we find out, we need to message the Blackmore friends, not the bad ones, the friends, and we need to message Wolfric and his friends and let them know, because that's the kind of place they're heading to.
Real quick, John, how far away is Oberyn's event?
The Blood Moon?
Let's see.
The Blood Moon, yeah.
Let's see.
It's actually like surprisingly longer than I thought it was.
Yeah,
Like a
'cause
month?
the-
it's about-
the
it's
months in Evrand are like
3.5.
Longer.
The 3.5 weeks. A week is 10 days.
Oh, okay.
So it's like
So
35 days.
20, 30,
Nice.
And we can teleport
like that.
everywhere.
Okay.
within East Varia. Yep.
And Shradina is in East Varia, right?
Mhm. Yep.
And so we would know there's a teleportation circle there.
Out of character, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys will figure out what teleportation circles there are when you get to the place that has the teleportation circles
And
specifically.
we can, because we have to like unlock it, right?
No, you have written permission.
Mhm.
Who has that, by the way?
Probably Gideon.
Probably Vay had it, didn't he?
Okay.
That's crazy. He doesn't have it. Someone else does. So someone choose. who has it.
I got it. Gideon's
Alright,
got it.
Gideon.
Gideon
That
has it.
fucking nerd.
Gideon, if you were to read the paper, it does tell you where what's called teleportation junctions are.
Conjunction junction.
Yeah.
Nice.
The one in Aelden is a building attached to the Eldrin Athenaeum. It is attached to the library.
Huh.
So we don't
that's
have to
where
go
you
back
need
to Orion. Okay.
No.
Because Rian will say, I think that Shradina should be our last stop because it's the last thing that we do before we go to confront Oberyn. Unless, Brian, Gideon hasn't mentioned anything about your plan to me, right? Or to-
Gideon did.
He did.
He
Okay.
brought it up last session, and then we rapidly got off track, and so he did not mention any details. He did bring up that Gideon thought we should make the attack here.
That's what I thought. I just 3 weeks.
Specifics? No. Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
Gideon brought up, I think we should make the attack here, and then we took a hard left turn.
Okay. So Rian will continue and say, I think that provided we aren't able to deal with Oberyn within the city, if that's something we wish to do, I think that we should go to Hilldale. As we know, Hillgrove. Sorry, Hillgrove. We
Who
should
said
go to,
that? No, I'm just kidding.
We should go to Hillgrove. I know that there is a Rift Warden, or at least a former Rift Warden, that has some type of magical artifact that could be very useful to our fight in the Blackmoor Manor, but also could be very useful to Yrsa for the fight to come with all of these rifts coming up. And who knows, we might encounter more rifts, so if we have the time, I think it'd be a valuable investment for us to go and procure this staff and this knowledge for Yrsa. If we have the time, of course.
And if there's a teleportation circle there, we could get there relatively quickly.
And then immediately
And
head
back?
to Shardina after.
And if there's not a teleportation circle somewhere, we still have the box with all the glass shards in it.
That's right.
Correct.
As you all are talking, there is a popping sound. And standing behind all of you,
It's right
you
down
see
there.
a very familiar figure. A very tall, blue-skinned, white-haired male, Shen, who says, Vey, unfortunately I need you to come back with me. Things have gone awry in the Everfrost. We need you. Get your things and say goodbye to your friends. And he looks to all of you and says, I'm sorry. As Vey, just stops, all of you stop. And Vey goes, well, I have all of my things now. I can leave. Now? And Shen says, now. Let's go. And Vey starts walking as you all just kind of sit here and this fast interaction as he stops and turns around and looks to all of you and says, it was fun. I had a great time. And I hope later down the line, when you see me again, we can still call each other friends. I'm sorry. And he makes eye contact with Basil as he says that. And he looks to all of you and says, till we meet again.
Safe travels.
Good luck.
Be safe.
I'll try. And Shen clasps his shoulder and they disappear.
Well, it was very
Abrupt.
sudden.
I hope
Just kind of looks at
everything's-
Basil.
I hope everything's okay.
I think that if Shen is wanting Vey, I think that things might be getting worse. We
Possible.
definitely need to go to Hillgrove to get that staff for Yrsa.
I agree.
Even more now.
Let's get
think
back and talk with your sister. Get this handled, and then Gideon, I know you mentioned you had plans for Oberyn, and I'm sure we all would like to hear you expand on that.
Yes, there's some things I want to do, and I can take care of them while these talks are going on, so hopefully I'll be able to provide more information tonight. If that's all right with everyone.
I think
Yes.
that's more than fine.
if there's nothing else, Gideon's going to slide over to Basil while we're heading back. Was wondering if I could ask something of you, though admittedly it is a very strange ask.
I love strange.
Excellent. Any chance I could have a bit of your blood by chance?
Sure. I'm not selfish. I can give out anything. Anything, that's fine. And she pulls now?
Well, probably not while we're in a public setting, no. There has to be some sort of a law against that, I imagine.
That's
I'd arrest them
fine.
if I was still employed.
It'd be crazy if there were people just exposing blood out in the streets
Nah.
of Eldon.
Yeah, that new blood drug, man. It's gotten all the kids nowadays. It's sad to see.
Well, we can wait then. Can I ask why you need my blood? I guess I accepted before I knew. Are you trying to make a doppelganger of me?
Yes.
Wow.
No,
What
that was a blatant lie.
I understand. What really?
If it's all right, I'd like to see if my theory has any merit before I explain, if you're willing. It might lead to nothing, and I don't want to get anyone's hopes up.
How do you think you'll go about testing that theory?
Oh, with a lot of scientifically and magically big words that I'm not able to explain right now, because Ryan has an intelligence of 4.
That is okay. You know more than I do. You know more than I do. I just grow flowers, so that's okay.
Much more capable than that. Don't sell yourself short.
I can take dead people to the afterlife.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can't do that. I can send them to the
can't do
afterlife,
science.
but... Yeah, I think science is really going to catch on in the next few years.
I think so too. I think
Yeah.
so. Hopefully no one makes it like a religion or anything. You know.
No, that'd be terrible.
That would be terrible.
No.
But yes, once we get to the end, we can slip to a corner or something, and I can give you however much you need.
Well, head up to my room. That's where I'm going to do my work anyway.
Okay.
Well, it just so
Sounds good.
happens that at this point, you guys make it to the Bannered Mare.
Excellent.
As you walk in, you see that there are many sailors here, drinking their fill, playing card and dice games. Usually you guys are not at the tavern at this time in the morning. You've left by now. It's surprising how many people are here. I believe it's like 9 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll say 10. You guys are back at the Bannered Mare.
If anyone is willing to wait until Visati gets here, I'm going to quickly run up with Gideon and handle something. And if I'm not back down by the time she arrives, if someone's able to just take her upstairs to one of our rooms.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Okay. See you shortly. And then Basil will follow Gideon upstairs.
So Gideon and Basil will go upstairs. The 3 of you stay downstairs and grab a table.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so I imagine we head into the room and shut the door. All right, so needless to say, I mean, you've been cut before. It's going to hurt, but not much I can do to prevent that.
That's fine. Basil, just a little bit on the palm.
Yeah. Gideon will take like one of his really sharp knives that he uses like for his work, and he will make a cut and then basically try to get as much of a full vial as he can. And then immediately just, take your hand and throw a cure wounds on it. Just Yeah, so it's like it didn't even happen.
Right. Are you sure that's all that you need? You don't need any more, or?
If my theory is correct, I will certainly need and want more. But again,
Oh.
I mean, if you want to offer some more now to save time later, that's convenient, but I feel rude to ask.
That's fine. I'm sure Visate's not here anyway. She likes to make an entrance. So,
Other
We
hand,
can-
then?
sure. Like she hands over her other hand. This
All
is-
right.
I will be honest. This isn't the weirdest favor someone has asked of me before.
What is? As Gideon just meticulously training, just politely making conversation as he does.
Well, I once had to flirt with an old man back when I was running around with young children as hooligans. They were trying to steal his gold. He was a very rich man. Accidentally, his wife came in. Honestly, we weren't that much different in age. Like I said, he was a pig. Well, I did accidentally steal his wife, so that's how that ended. And then she and I dated for a little bit, and the rest is history.
Didn't work out, though?
No, I discovered I was a cleric, and so I left.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
Oh no, it's fine. It was a nice brief time. I couldn't provide her with the gold, so he actually ended up taking her back. So we got
Oh.
his gold, I got his wife, and then he got his wife back, but not his gold.
Sounds like a successful time, I suppose.
It was. It was.
That is a strange favor.
Yep.
How high would you rate this one, though?
I would rate it pretty high. I think due to the reason that I've no fucking clue what's going to happen. You just have my blood.
I will say, when you learn what I aim to do, it might become the weirdest favor.
I'm always looking to top stories, so that's fine.
Well,
So,
this one
I'm-
certainly has potential, and he'll place a cap on the beak or whatever they're called, a cork, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Because
Seal it in.
he took more blood, right?
Yeah, I mean, just 2 vials for experimentation's sake, if John's okay
Sounds
with
good.
that, since he's not chiming in. All right, cool.
Yeah.
He's like, take as
This
much
is all
blood. Basil's
consensual, so-
now dead. Basil, 2 sessions now. She's been willingly like, take my blood. I don't care.
But at least Gideon's not a vampire, so
That's true. That's true.
just throwing that
you
out
go.
there. Well. All right, well.
You're staying here
you-
then?
Yes, I don't know how much I can learn, but like I told Rianne, I'm hoping I can learn more before we all speak about our next steps, so I should get started. But more important things, speaking with your sister, I have not been present. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Inside check.
She's fine. Like,
Okay,
you know, it's
fair
like,
enough.
it's like, you know, the family stressors we all get. You know, being in prison was not fun. But seeing her again wasn't the worst thing. That it wasn't how it could have been. So I've distanced myself from them decades ago. Them being in my life, whether they are or are they not, I'm content with where our party is. However, I would like to kill my father. Maybe that's not all right. Maybe that's not... Is that insanity?
I apologize. I'm not very familiar with familial relationships, as you know. But one of the things I do know is that guilt has the power to be a very, very powerful emotion. can lead to good or bad things, depending. And I'm just concerned for you.
I understand. However, I don't know if I'd feel guilty killing him. Mostly because I know the kind of monster he is. And the harm that he has inflicted on people and the harm that he can. So one person's guilt over thousands of lives. To me, that's not a difficult decision.
I suppose I should have clarified your father, based on how you described him, was not my concern. More your sister.
Ah. We'll just have to see. I don't know Visati as well as I used to, which even then it was not a lot. So depending on how this conversation goes, I guess we shall see if she's someone to be concerned for as well.
Mm.
So
Just
we'll keep you updated though.
don't feel like you need to say things for our benefit. I think everyone here recognizes that to say this is complicated is an understatement. Having mixed feelings is more than understanding. So I know you said that regardless you would side with the party no matter what, and I'm sure you mean that. But it's okay to question that.
I appreciate it, Gideon. And if you feel like you want to come down and say your own opinion, your ideas, please feel free. The table's open for all of us to talk to her. No one's excluded.
I appreciate that. I just, I have larger concerns I'm choosing to focus on, but I do not feel excluded.
Okay, good.
But you should, probably head down to see if she's arrived, and he'll cure wounds the other hand again, just in case I didn't already say that.
Thank you. Have fun with my blood.
With luck, I will. And he will sit down and start pulling out various instruments at his desk.
Basil will slowly slip out of the room to go back downstairs.
Okay. While that is all happening, are the three of you talking about anything, or just kind of waiting and eating and drinking?
I will say this entire time yours has been pretty quiet. Very agreeable as per usual, but I think after a few moments she would eventually just kind of looking between Gak and Rian, but not really like making direct eye contact. Do you think it was a mistake for me to have spoken to Oberyn the way that I did?
Rian's gonna look to Gak.
I don't think anything you do is a mistake. I think none of us have ever had to try to reason with a vampire before, and I'm pretty sure none of us before that had met one. And if I'm gonna be really honest here, sir, I don't think that there's a right or wrong with how we go about this. I think that there's a right and wrong, why we want to.
Yes, I think I understand.
So I think that no matter what happens, as long as we're trying to help people, then I think that it's right.
Thank you, Gak. I appreciate that.
Thank you for doing what's right.
I'm trying, I think. I feel like lately I don't know. I like what you said. That it's the reason as if it's right or wrong. if that makes sense. Maybe not so much the action.
I never know what I'm doing.
Well, there's good reason in chaos sometimes too.
Sometimes you just
Brienne?
gotta hope.
Yeah.
I agree with Gak. I don't think that you could ever do something wrong.
Well, I think we make
Sometimes
mistakes.
I think your heart is very large and you care very much. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The man Oberyn, I think, could be saved. But I don't know how much of that man is left. It's worth trying, but
Well, see, that's the problem. I don't want to put hundreds and hundreds of lives at risk for one who may not be worth it. I think you're right. When we spoke, I saw a very broken, a very angry man. He's buried deep inside this monster that he's been made out to be and has become. I don't think there's a way to necessarily make that change overnight. And I think it's too much of a risk to take. When you see something in someone, and then to cast that person into the flames they deserve it. I don't mean to justify any of his actions, and I hope the two of you understand that. Because there is no justifying what he's done, or what he will do, or what he plans to do. I don't know, I think that I think my view on the world is a little skewed.
I disagree. Yerso, what do you think would have happened to me if you hadn't given me a chance? I know
Yes, of
Oberyn and
course.
I are two completely different entities, individuals, in terms of what we've done. But I was lost. I was broken. Look at me now. My back is broken most of the time, but other than that, I'm good. I'm happy. And I don't know if that's possible for him, but I'm this way because of your worldview. So, please forgive me if I don't allow you to discount the way that you approach things, because the way you approach things is the reason I'm here. It's the reason I'm happy.
I appreciate that, I do, and I'm glad it brings you that joy. I just worry that the way I view things, while it brings you happiness and has changed so much good, I worry that it could bring about destruction for others. And Rand, you wanted to make a change in your life. I don't know if Oberyn does. I don't know if he remembers what it is to want to change. And I think that's the problem.
Think that's something we need to figure out.
I don't know. I think we should hear Gideon's plan. I'm sure it's probably the right way to go. I just wanted to get your opinion. I value the both of you so very much. And I appreciate your kind words. There are very strong roots that are growing around my heart right now, and I don't know why. And I'm trying to figure out what these feelings are. So I appreciate it.
If it'll help, I have a story that my mom used to tell me that I think could. I think it's kind of like this situation.
I'd love to hear it.
I don't remember any of the characters' names in the story, but I'll just describe them.
Okay.
So, there was a caterpillar, and the caterpillar was. I mean, I don't know what the size. I was gonna say it was big, but I feel like it's probably normal caterpillar size. And it loved inching along trees, and it liked being a caterpillar. And then it started to make a nest around it.
A cocoon?
Yeah. So it started to make a cacophony, and so it made it, and it built up, and it was inside. And all the other creatures in the forest saw it and said, it's going to turn into a butterfly. And they were all waiting for it to come out of the cocoon and turn into a butterfly. And it kept waiting, and it was still in that for a long time. And people started to go over, they started to talk to the cocoon, and they were saying, "Hey, caterpillar, it's time to come out of the cocoon, time to be a butterfly." And the caterpillar was like, "No, I like being a caterpillar. I want to stay a caterpillar." And everyone was like, "But you're already already becoming a butterfly, so you might as well just do it." And he was like, "No, I want to be a caterpillar." So it stayed in the cocoon. It stayed there for a bunch of years, like way longer than it should. And eventually someone said, "I'm going to help it become a butterfly." And they broke open the cocoon. And out came a butterfly. And everyone said, "There it is. That's the butterfly. It's beautiful." But the butterfly was not happy because it wanted to stay a caterpillar. And my mom said that sometimes, even if someone should be a certain way and should act a certain way, and you would like to help them change, even if it's for the better, sometimes they don't want to.
I think your mom tells very good stories, Gak.
She tells it better. If we ever meet her, you can have her tell it.
I'll remember to ask. Thank you.
And for what it's worth, I thought it was a very good telling of the story.
Thank you. I think the caterpillar's name... No, I don't remember. It starts with a G, I think. It's like G...
Your soul waits.
Yeah, Brienne will also.
Thank
I'll
you,
let
Gak.
you know if I remember.
All right.
Please do.
Yeah, but you're welcome.
Okay.
I will say.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Obviously, you're free to make whatever choices you want about your heart and what to shield it from. But if I can just say, please, do not close your heart to this world. It's what happened to Oberon. He stopped caring about what he was doing to people. He stopped feeling the pain that others felt. Having an open heart hurts the most. But it's what most people need. If we all had an open heart like you, the world would be a much better place.
Thank you. When everyone comes back down, I do want to tell everyone something.
All right.
She just kind of looks at it, very like. It's not a bad thing.
Okay.
Normally, when someone doesn't have a bad thing to say, they just like tell everybody. But you seem to be giving us a warning for some reason.
Rian
I
looks
just
at
want
Yrsa.
I just want everyone to be together when I say it. I don't think it's a bad thing,
Okay.
but it is a reflection of how I was feeling. And I just feel as though you all should know, because you are my friends, and I owe you all of the honesty. I don't want to hide anything.
Okay.
But I was
Okay.
acting on impulse, and there was this feeling that if there was inaction, that something inside of me wasn't going to feel very good. And so I'll elaborate when the others come down.
Okay.
Thank you, Gak, for your story.
Of course.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
I think actually there is like a extra part of the story where the butterfly like knocked over a lantern and the forest caught on fire. I'm just joking.
Good joke.
Gak just like looks at Rian.
Rian will
Kinda
look at
nods.
Gak. Nod too.
Yrsa will look at the tea.
These bar crackers are really good.
That's a peanut, Rian.
Oh, you're right.
You're eating
I
a
was
shell
wondering
of a
why
peanut.
they were so crunchy.
That's okay. I'm sure they're edible.
Still have the shells on them.
So, I would ask. Well, actually, around this point, Basil, you do join the party, and I would ask Gideon, how long are you staying up there?
I mean, basically until he learns what we've discussed. Because again, he doesn't want to be like, "Oh, guys, I'm gonna figure stuff out," and then be like, maybe I so." I know it's kind of a lame answer, but I mean, how long would it take him to figure it out? He's a smart lad.
It'd probably take you around 30 to 40 minutes, honestly.
All right.
It's not... And that's mostly just kind of like messing with everything, and then the idea of how you would use it is like there. Like Gideon's already like on it. He's just like, okay, how do I make it work?
He's like, the magic and the science should work. I just need to figure out how to make it work now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's good enough for Gideon.
It's like you're building a car and you're like, okay, how do I make this thing go? You gotta build that part. So,
Yeah, so he would come down whenever that's done.
yeah. So, Basil, you reconvene with the party. Is there anything you wanted to talk to them before Gideon shows up?
Vasadi is very stern. She has very firm beliefs. The last time I spoke with her, it seemed like she is someone who is willing to stop and listen. She may push back a lot. She has a lot of reasonings. If we come out with an outcome, she can counterattack with her own. So, this will be a debate, most likely. It may not go well.
Seems to be our friend. A gentleman.
Logic is, yes. I do think Vasadi needs stern. That's how we were raised. When I spoke to her, we were like typical. I don't want to say typical siblings. I'm not sure if siblings act the way we do, but I wasn't beating around the bush about anything. As long as she feels like she's being heard and she's willing to listen to us, I think the best we can do is just try to help her understand the consequences, the stakes, that there can be a good life for her. And that even though she bears the mark, that doesn't have to be a death sentence. So I think our party is really good with that. We all have different things that we can bring to the table, and I think if we all use our talents when it comes to these difficult conversations, I think we do stand a chance. And I do want to say before we go into it, if we cannot change her mind, and it comes down to us having to say, you either agree with us or you are against us. I don't want anybody to think that they failed me. I don't want anyone to think that they could have done better. It is how it is. I'm going into this knowing that it could be an either-or situation. And either one is the outcome, and that's what we have to deal with. So I say we do our best, and if it doesn't go in our favor, we tried. And I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me. I've accepted my relationship with my family a long time ago. And even though there's a possibility of Vasati changing, that's a big what if.
You are
So,
very strong, Basil.
thank you.
I think this is a good plan.
So if we're all ready, we can maybe just start with telling her that I want to ask, do we all feel pretty confident that we can help her get out of her situation? I don't want to promise anything. Do we feel confident enough to tell her, if you help us, we will help you?
I think
Well,
that Sayori plans to kill anyone who is working for the Deep Father, and your father is one of those people, so...
Right.
And she seems capable, like her and her traveling companion have been doing this for a while, so... Provided that your father is one of the only people that's keeping her here, then I would say there is some weighty potential there.
Okay. No empty hopes and promises. No
Around
promising, but
around this time, Gideon, is when you have finished up your experiments and such, and make your way back to the party. Around this time, it's 12 o'clock. We'll say.
It's
Video game time.
noon.
It's high noon.
and I'm still in my new disguise.
Which looked like what again?
Very not like Basil.
Okay.
You
Not
sent
like
you
manly
sent a
this
picture in a
time.
chat, but it was like a month ago.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
Well, you just look like not Basil.
I look not Basil.
Yeah.
You look
it's-
like Zoe Deschanel.
Aw.
Oh my
Hey.
Look at that.
Hold
It was
on.
kinda-
Now I
think the
look
art
like
was
Zoe
a little-
Deschanel.
Oh, got him.
Damn.
Got
No,
him.
I love
Yeah.
her eyes. I love Zoe.
Yeah, you hear that, Zoe Deschanel?
You hear that, Zoe Deschanel? I actually
Number one
love
viewer.
so much.
Please guest star.
Please guest star.
Pretty cool.
That would be cool.
As Oberon Blackmore.
Oh. Plot twist.
We'll need to have a musical session then. If Zoe...
So-
As everybody comes down to the table, though, your soul will kind of look to Gideon as he sits down. So before we start this conversation with your sister, I just wanted to really quickly let everyone know that after our discussion with Oberon, I felt... I don't know. As I was saying to Jack and Rian, I felt... I felt very conflicted with the things Oberon said to us during our conversation, and then the things that he said to me when we were alone. I looked into his eyes and I saw something very, very lost, very hidden, very broken, very angry, very dangerous. But I felt that sorrow. And his words when he told me that, in short, that he is what the world perceives him to be, and he will continue to do as such. That was a very painful thing to hear. And I am sad for him. None of this excuses what he has done. And Gideon, I want you to know whatever plan you have, this is not my way of going against you by any means. I don't want to undermine any of you. I trust you all. My heart just feels burdened and heavy. But I don't think this is the only thing that has caused it to do so. There is a very strange breeze that I've been feeling lately, and I don't know what it is. In short, I sent Oberon a letter. It didn't say anything compromising. It didn't give away our location or our intentions or anything of the sort. It was very short. It was only a few sentences. And it surmised me apologizing for the sadness that he lives through. And acknowledging that I saw him, and that I see that there is a man underneath everything. And that is all.
Did he send you anything back? Did he try to reach out to you?
No. This was
When did
only...
he send that?
This was immediately after the conversation. I don't expect to hear back. I don't expect any sort of reaction at all. If anything, he'll probably laugh and throw it away. Or burn it, or... I don't know. But again, there was nothing to compromise our intentions, and in that moment, I don't think we had intentions. So... I just wanted to be honest with you all about it. I don't think it is anything to worry about, or... But I wanted to be honest and let you all know how I felt. Again, I think moving against him is not a bad idea by any means. I am just relearning some things. That is all. Thank you. I'll sit down.
Yusa, I think you are one of the best people I've ever met in my life. And probably the next, and the next. I don't blame you for sending that letter. If anybody in this party were to say that they truly feel like they saw someone through the mask, through the anger, and they were really sure about it, I do know it would be you. Because you have that talent to see through to people. You've done that with all of us. You can still do that with all of us, even with all the new shit you hear. I think that was a good idea. Because he may have laughed, but it may have disarmed him just a little bit. He may wonder if we all have the same sentiments. If you could be the go-to person. I think there's nothing to be ashamed of. I think who you are isn't something to be ashamed of. And if we had more people like you in this world, our world would not be like this. So clearly you're not the problem.
Rian's gonna look at Yrsa more.
Yrsa just turns all whole shades of red. Thank you.
Does she look
Thank you
purple
for
when she
telling us.
blushes, or how does that work?
Yes, he is purple.
Oh, she's now being colored.
You're turning violet, Violet.
Violet.
Yeah. like I said, she kind of like flushes red, and she perks up a little bit more. Like I said, she's been a little solemn this whole time. Thank you. I still think that there are some things that I need to reassess, but I appreciate that all of you are still so accepting of me. I promise you, I don't want to cause trouble or derail us, or... I know that we all have the best intentions to do what is right, and so do I, and... I don't know what I'm saying, I thank you.
Well, if anyone makes you feel bad for being yourself, I will put them up.
I believe you.
Rip their ass apart. I will go in and...
Basil, I believe every word, and I know you would do it very violently.
It's very scary, honestly. I'll say that much.
It's called friendship.
You hear from behind you. So that's how you talk now?
That's
As you
how
turn
I've
around
always
and your
talked. If
sister-
you would... I obviously don't know. I turn around. That's how I've always talked. If you would ever talk to me, you would know.
I'm glad I didn't talk to you. That's disgusting.
I have more where that comes from.
Great. I'm very excited
Would
about
you
this
care to have a seat?
conversation.
Oh,
Yes.
me too.
She sits down.
Oh,
You can
okay.
see that she is cloaked over. You can't really see her face. So,
Are we... Do we have privacy? Like, if we start talking about killing in the Deep Father...
I mean, you're in a corner table. A lot of people are talking, and there's loud... Like, it's loud in here.
Okay.
Do you have privacy? No, but if you whispered, you might not be heard.
Should
We could
just-
go upstairs to
we
our
should-
room.
We will.
We should go.
Oh.
I just sat down.
We'll
You
get a
can
drink
walk.
to go.
She gets up.
Science.
Please.
Thank
It's
you.
nice. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, this is Gideon.
Right.
You didn't meet him
Can-
the last time.
No. Can we
And
go to the
this-
room now?
And this is Rianne.
I thought we were
I've
walking.
met...
This is your...
You also...
I'm Gavin.
I've met you.
That's Yursa?
Hello.
So let's just say we're in the room. We got
Yeah,
the
you're in the room.
We went upstairs.
Train of
You
6, we go
all
up.
cram into this single room that maybe fits 4 people, and you all just... All right.
Some take the bed, some take the floor.
So why am
Okay.
I here? And why
When
are you... Honestly, why are you still here? You're not supposed to be in the city anymore.
Well, things happened,
It's complicated.
which is why we brought you here. Asked you to come here.
So, here's the thing. This is directly related to me and my family, so I'm going to give you a little bit of preface, and I'm going to ask that you try and listen, as ridiculous as it may sound, but I figured Basil said that you take honesty and truth, and I'm hoping that if I give you that, you'll respond with an honest answer.
I'll try my best.
Okay. Here we go. My family, the people I am descendants of, have a very strong connection to the same mark that you bear on your arm. It was something I noticed about you when we first met. Yes, that one. Except it's not a positive connection. The creature, the entity that is attached to that mark, is the reason my home is destroyed. It's the reason it is no longer here. This is something that I myself have discovered very recently. But my sister, who I have also just discovered recently, has been spending her entire life hunting people that are servants of that creature, hoping to fix, to avenge the destruction of our home, to save our home. My sister asked me when we first met in this city if I knew anyone after I had seen that mark, and I told her that I knew of no one specifically. I lied to my own family out of respect for my friend, for Basil, for you. I want to hopefully let you know this so we can have some type of alliance or partnership, because that thing, that creature, whether you know it or not, is evil. It is undeniably evil and destructive. And while you do not like us very much, it seems like most people don't. You don't seem like a bad person. You just seem swept up into something that you were forced into, very much like how Basil felt before she left Eastvaria. I'm telling you this because I don't want to see one of my best friend's sisters perish. I care about Basil, which means I care about you. So, that's the truth of the situation. At least related to just that one thing. I just wanted you to know all the details, so you could ask any questions you want. But at the end of the day, we just want an alliance. We want to help you break away from that thing and get out of the bind you're in, because if not, I can't protect you from my sister. It's not a threat, it's just the truth.
Well, that was a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm.
So, what would you have me do then? If I'm not safe, I bear this mark. You're saying that someone is coming after me. What if I'm not a servant?
You
Does it
If you
bear
bear the mark,
mark.
it doesn't matter.
Right, of course.
Which
So what now?
also means your father bears the mark.
I'm assuming Mother does too.
Mother does not.
Oh, that's good.
Vasari, if you say that you're not a servant, then why do you have the mark?
Because I've been beside father through all of it. And if at the peak of everything I decided to step away and not do it, I wouldn't be in my position. I wouldn't have the information I have and the knowledge I have. I had to.
Can you answer me one thing? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to be working with him anymore? Yes or no? If you could have a choice, would you step away?
If I had a choice? Yes,
I thought you would.
but I don't have a choice.
Vasari, that's why we're here. That's why we asked you to come talk to us.
So you're
'Cause-
saying that your sister shows up, and if I pledge my allegiance to you all, she'll help rid years and years of cruelty and servitude, and I'll be clean. I won't have to deal with these things anymore.
I can't make any promises on their behalf, but it's a step in the right direction. It shows
best
that,
case scenario.
yeah, because it shows you want to change.
But she said she kills everyone who has the mark. Even if I pledge my allegiance, what's stopping her from killing me later after the other is dead?
Her brother. She's already talked to him before. And she'll have all of us to talk to as well. And if you are willing to work with us, and you can show that and speak your truth, then she'll have to understand. She will have to.
I'm a firm believer in second chances. We all deserve one.
What if she's
Okay.
not? You
Go
said
ahead.
you just met her. What if she's lying to you? Just to get to me and to get to our father?
Well, then that's something that she'll have to deal with then. If you do what's right in this situation, I'm not going to let her hurt you. But if you make no effort, then I'm not going to stop her because it shows me that you don't want to change. You're not even willing to
I do
try.
want to change. Just tell
Vasari,
me what I need to do.
what are you willing to do? How far would you be willing to go? Because if you do this, you will be turning your back on everybody, just like I did. And it was not easy. You will have people hate you, call you names, disown you.
I'll lose everything.
I did too. But then I built back up everything. And I had a better life.
But you had that opportunity young.
I didn't want to do all of that. I wanted us to have a good family. And I was a child, and I had to leave. I was homeless. I had no people looking after me. Sure, like things worked out, but I was alone. At least you're an adult and you're capable of taking care of yourself. I had no one. But that's why I'm so strong. Visati, you are already strong. And I think you being able to turn your back on the people who are doing you and everybody else wrong after you've already lived a long life, that shows a whole new level of strength. We both need the same thing. We're just getting it different times in our lives.
I'm tired. I'm tired of being the person I'm not. I'm tired of putting on this face, and I don't want to do this anymore. Just tell me what I need to do.
You have to be willing to go as far as you need to go, and that includes possibly killing father. I have already accepted that. And it's okay if you need to go through that shock first. But that's most likely what it will come down to.
And mind you, you won't be doing it alone.
I'm not worried about father dying. I've thought about this for years.
Ah, that makes two of us.
I'm worried about mother and what happens after.
What has she been doing now? I mean,
She's been trying to distance herself. She's pulled along in this game, same as I, except different stations.
so you're saying she doesn't want to be a part of this either?
No.
Just real quick, John, does Vasati seem like she's not obscuring the truth at all, that she's being honest in this moment about
Make
that?
an insight check.
Can I assist?
Insight check with advantage.
Woo! Clickety clack. 16. Oh no! Thomas!
That was with advantage.
That was with advantage, yeah.
Really quickly, for those of you with high passive perceptions, you'll see Gideon's eyes kind of flash blue for brighter blue for a second, and I'm going to use Flash of Genius to add a +4 to your roll to make that a 20.
Ooh.
A dirty,
okay.
just absolutely filthy 20.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking it back.
Oh, I'm sorry. A very squeaky clean little 20.
There you go. There we go. Gideon doesn't like getting
From
dirty.
that insight, you can tell that her words are very caring towards her mother.
Uh-huh.
Her words towards her father are very blunt and straightforward. When she
But it
talks
seems
about
like-
her mother, they're... However,
Oh.
it does seem like she's bending some of the truth in favor of the mother.
Okay. Rian will nod as he's listening. And he'll kind of sigh a bit. Vasadi, I know that when we care about someone, sometimes we try to lighten the things that they've done, the commitments they've made. We try to obscure the truth as to what they've actually done. If you want to change, I need to believe you're being honest. And I can tell you're not right now. And honestly, it's frightening to me that you're still willing to lie. I can tell you care about her. But please be honest. What has she done?
Not as much as father has. Not nearly as much. She's not a part of this. She's done horrible things. But she's
After
not a
I've
part
left?
of this. Yes.
What were they?
Mostly assisting what father was doing. Lying and stealing from those around.
Was it because she wanted to? Or was it because father was threatening her? Be honest.
It wasn't because father was threatening her. But she
So-
doesn't have the mark. So she's not a part of this.
But if she's not a part of it, though, why was she so willing to do these things?
Because she wants what's best for our family.
I'm sure she does.
Look, I'll help you. I know father's schedule. I know where he goes. I know what he does regularly. Not all of it. But I can't. I can't lose my father and my mother.
Well, not that this is my place at all, but what you just said could honestly be beneficial to Rian's sister. Perhaps if you are honest about wanting to make this change, by assisting her, by giving her this information of knowing when and where your father is going to be, that would help. You are willing to separate yourself to the degree where he is no longer alive. You are assisting in that, and perhaps that'll win over some good faith in you. And I don't know if it's possible for you to have a similar conversation that we are having with you, but with your mother. Unless, do you think she would say something to him? The last thing we want is for him to know that he too is being targeted when, at least from what I hear from the two of you, he has no intentions of changing. He is quite content on his path.
I cannot let mother know. No. She will tell him.
Right?
It's best if this is going to happen. It needs to happen quick and look like an accident. If that happens, that at least means Mother will inherit everything.
Why is she wanting to distance herself?
From what? Everything?
Mhm.
I feel that she also reached the point that I did recently, when Father created a ritual to call upon a greater entity, gain himself power. I think that was the breaking point, where she started to step back a little bit.
How long ago was that?
Two, 3 months?
The difficult thing is, when Father dies, can we trust that Mother will not harm people, will not do things that are best for her family?
Without Father around. Mother's been more like an enabler. So without Father around, she doesn't have as much sway. And if I can stick around, I can make sure things don't get bad again.
Basil looks over to the rest of the group. I haven't spoken to my mother. I'm sure she knows I'm here. I doubt she wants to talk to me. So it's been a while since I don't even know who she is anymore. But if what Vasati is saying is true, and she doesn't bear the mark, she's also wanting to try to turn her life around. If we can spare her, what do we think? Honest opinions.
If she doesn't bear the mark, and what Vasati says is true, that she doesn't want to be stuck in this anymore, then that's fair and fine, I think. I do think that it might be a harder sell for her about what the dangerous truth of the situation is.
We shouldn't tell her.
Well, that brings up another question then. I'm sure that, of course, you two have more knowledge of your mother than anyone else here, but would she be the type to search till the ends of the earth to find the person and seek revenge on the person that murdered her husband?
Well, they did mention having it look as though it was an accident. I don't know how much your sister's willing to creative about this. Be lenient, I guess is a better word.
I think that she would spend some time. Would eventually stop.
Probably safe to assume that she'll think it's me because I'm in the city. And that's fine. She can think that because it will be true.
Well, if I'm
I
still
just-
around, there is a possibility that I could create a fake report about finding the person who did it.
could be someone who's already on death row, maybe. Or someone who tragically offed themselves after feeling so guilty.
I could figure out something that would allow you back in the city at least, without having to worry about being arrested by guards.
I don't need to come back to this city after I leave.
Well,
I just want
you
to
thought
make
the first
sure.
time you wouldn't be back here, now you're here.
That is true. Hopefully after this, though, we will have done what we needed to do and I can start my life again.
Rian, at
Yeah.
this point, you feel the vibration in your sword.
Oh. Well, speak of the devil. I can tell that Sayori is close. She's probably going to be arriving soon. So,
It is getting faster and faster, very quickly.
well, Masadi, this is your last chance. You're sure you want to help?
Sure.
Rian's gonna squint just a little bit at shore.
Yes. Yes, I will help. Yes.
And he'll nod, and he'll say to the rest of the group, would I go get her?
I hope you're ready to
Now-
make your case.
Well, the thing is,
Is
her weapon also vibrates, so she'll know I'm here. And
Rian, with your passive perception, you can hear heavy footsteps coming straight towards the
Goddamn.
door.
Stalker?
What I will say is that you should cover up. Just cover up. Cover up the mark. Cover it up.
Hold on.
Ryan, what were you gonna say?
I mean, Gideon would question the wisdom of introducing these two without knowing how Rian's sister's going to respond. He'd rather be like, hey, let's talk about this, and then introduce them.
looks like we don't have much of a choice.
There's a banging on the door.
Since they have a metal detector to where my location is.
I don't think they're detecting you.
Well, it's my sword, but
sword and we could jump
Well,
out the window.
You
I
hear
have
on
another
the,
theory going on.
you hear on the other side of the door, Rian, I know you're in there. Open the door.
can you at least say please?
No.
I'm not opening it then.
You're just gonna go open the door.
For God's sake.
Gotta say please.
Yursa, as you open the door, you see Sayori's hand pulled back, and the
Oh.
bracer around her wrist is completely like almost like it's floating around her arm, and there's a
That's dope.
arcane like fist in front, and she stops. And she
Hello?
pushes past you, Yursa, and goes, "Where are they?"
I
Your
think
brother?
maybe we
Right
should
there?
have a seat first.
The one with the mark.
Have a seat first.
You see Vasadi look over.
Vasadi, sit down.
She sits
Sayori.
down.
It's very nice to meet you.
Didn't mean to be
If-
too casual. I just saw how the two of them interacted, and I thought that was normal for siblings, so my apologies.
We're not normal siblings. It's been an interesting morning, and just like we asked my sister to be here, conversation, we would kindly ask for.
Oh no, you've cut out.
Cut out, Rachel.
No!
Try-
Oh, that was good.
That one didn't cut out.
yeah.
Sayori, just as we asked my sister to be here and to have a conversation with us, we kindly ask for you to do the same.
Fine. You have a minute.
No.
Yes. And
No.
you see outside of the
Start
door.
talking.
Yursa, you see outside the door Elias, the man that's with her with the giant greatsword on his back, just kind of looks to you and says, "Can I come in?"
If you
Yes.
could fit. There's not a lot
I
of
like how
space.
his mouth was open and like it's just Basil's voice that comes out. If you could fit.
All right.
Standing next to this man, by the way, he is about like 6'8".
Yeah.
Damn.
You're so 8.
Rianne's 5'10".
Short kings.
Short king. Okay, so Rianne will say, in short, Vasati does bear the mark, yes, but she has no love for her father. She has no love for that mark, no love for the Deep Father. She wants to help us.
She's not a servant.
She's not.
Why does she have it?
She was forced
That's
to.
what she was thrust into this world without a choice. For her own safety and her mother's safety. She was doing what she could to survive.
And she has promised us that she will do whatever needs to be done to either A, remove that mark and free her from those grasps, to give her some sort of freedom, even if that means killing her father, helping us kill her father. The one who is, I believe, to be the mastermind behind what's going on here in the city and in Eastvaria.
She looks past you and looks at Vasati and says, well, those who grovel for their lives will say anything to keep themselves alive. And Vasati stands up and says, and who is groveling for their lives exactly?
Listen. Vasati knows that if she is not with us, she is not protected from what we will do. If she stands in the way, we will knock her down. She has no reason to lie, because her life is also threatened.
And I would hope, being the strategist that you are, you would understand, if not the value of her life, but the value of her knowledge and what she can get us. I'm sure if you've done your research, you know that their father is incredibly powerful in the city. And it probably wouldn't hurt to have some avenues of access to him. Something that could make all of our lives and our job much easier.
So what? We keep her alive long enough to get to the father and then
We
we
keep
take care of
her
her?
alive. We kill my father, and she's free from the burdens she was put into.
It doesn't free her of that mark. It doesn't free her of the pact she made with the entity.
But if she's not a servant and she was forced to take it,
That doesn't matter. She can choose not to serve him. Doesn't mean he can't use her.
Well, then how do we remove the mark then?
I don't know. Usually I just kill them.
well, maybe we should stop brainstorming.
You see that the band around her arms slowly fades and goes back to a normal bracelet. So, this is what you were talking about the other night then, Rian.
It is.
So what's the plan then?
Well, that's what we were just about to talk about, but then, well, our conversation was interrupted.
Vasati said that she knows my father's schedule. She knows where he'll be. You know, of course, for some times when maybe not even his closest guard knows. But for the most part, she can get us details. And we can go from there. She has the inside information that we just simply don't.
And she looks to Vasati and says, you're willing to kill your own father for this. And Vasati responds and says, it's about time, yes. His evil in the world needs to be rid.
It's a family trait.
Fine. If you can get me his schedule, then I'll take care of it. Unless you all want to help.
No. Vasadi and I, we need to do this.
Without me.
No. We could absolutely use help.
Good.
But if I may, if we can make the final blow, that's what we need to do. It's important. Everything he took from us, I want him to see us take his world away.
Fine. There are others I need to attend to. Not in this city, but the next city over. I'll give you all a couple days. Figure out the plan and let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to take care of another one.
Real quick, out of character, did we want... I was just going to say it, but I didn't want to do it without double checking with everybody. Did we want to see if she would be willing to help us with Oberyn? Because that was something she had mentioned to me briefly, was that if Oberyn stood in the way of like the family and like the us dealing with the Deep Father stuff, then she could help us fight him. Not do it for us, mind you, but at least help in that moment.
No, she can do it for you. No, she can.
But if we're trying to rehabilitate him, though?
Well, I was going to say, that's the problem, is we have not had a conversation where we've decided what we're doing, so I don't think it makes sense to bring it up to her at this time.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to double check.
We could bring it up when we bring her the plan.
Information,
and
yeah.
be like, now that you've had like 3 days.
Hey, yo.
We have another plan of death.
Hey, yo,
for
sis.
you.
Got a thing I want to show you.
Another one.
Check out this vampire guy. You like killing stuff?
Do you
We
also
could
like
put-
giving more people second chance?
We could put the mark on Oberon.
Oh shit!
That Loki, I was thinking about lying right now and just saying, yeah, he works for the Deep Father.
Oh my god.
I mean, she has a way to send some. It wouldn't work.
Yeah.
John.
Mhm.
Basil won't. Well, Basil was thinking this, but just like Rachel as a person is wondering. Like, I don't know. Is it like magic that's stuck to you, or is it like you could just?
Jeez.
I was thinking it too, dude.
So was I.
Right.
But I didn't ask
now
it.
now I feel left out. So was I. I definitely was thinking it.
Nick wasn't thinking.
Never crossed my mind.
Gideon definitely has a bone saw in his bag. Why? None of your business.
Hey, we
Well,
might
he is
need
missing a leg.
True.
I will
True.
say it is more magical. It's more like soul connected. The mark
like,
just
remove-
shows you. Just removing the mark
Mhm.
doesn't remove the actual like promise and the arcana that goes behind it.
So like even like remove curse or whatever won't.
You don't know
we
that
we
far.
don't know.
I
Good
looked to
thing
see if
I
I
have
had remove curse.
a god mom that I can ask.
I will
I
say
don't know
that
if I have curse.
I will say that connections can be broken,
Happens
Okay.
all the time in
but
Discord.
not by not by cutting off their arm. So it works with tattoos. You can do that with tattoos. But
We'll put the
Oh, I
arm
have-
chopping as a backup plan.
I
We
do
trick
have remove
Oberon into
curse.
saying that he pledges allegiance to the.
I pledge allegiance to the Deep Father.
We could say like, would you say that you don't pledge allegiance to the Deep Father?
Would you ever not, maybe not consider pledging yourself to Deep Father? No? Gotcha!
I do have remove curse. Or if that doesn't work, I could bestow. Oh well, it's concentration up to 1 minute. Damn it. Because I was like, what if I bestow another curse that's like, you can't follow the deep father ever?
And then her brain explodes.
Lawyers.
because-
That's bird law.
I mean, it's worth trying remove curse, right?
It is worth trying.
Yeah, I don't have it
Prepared.
prepared right now.
Oh,
So.
okay.
If only you could
In
swap
the
your
mo-
spells every day. Damn.
Fuck.
Well, because we
Wait,
ended.
Masadi,
we-
I'm gonna sleep real quick.
Stay here.
Well, because the last session just jumped away and I was
you're
not
good,
in the
girl.
mental state to choose my spells.
That's fair.
You're good,
That's
girl.
fair. That's fair.
All right.
Damn.
But we can
So
try.
we'll-
Let's put a pin in it
Yeah.
and then we'll try.
So we'll see you in a few days then.
Yes. I'm going to be traveling to Ladoon. Which I will take you to this map. About
Just
a
a
day
f-
and a half from here.
You're traveling to Dune.
Right.
Atreides!
Atreides! They just finished filming part 2.
I'm very excited.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rian will say, well, if that's the case, good luck on the journey and stay safe.
You too. 4 days. I'll be back in 4 days.
Okay? I look forward to
We'll
it.
meet here around noon.
Got it.
We will.
She turns around, looks at Vasadi as she's about to leave the room. Come on, Elias. And she walks out. And then Elias, who recently just walked into the room, just, all right. And he turns around. And
Bye, Elias.
Yursa, who's at the door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, excuse me. Goodbye.
Nice to meet you.
He walks out. Well, that went well.
Yes, it could have gone much worse. I suppose we need to come up with a plan within the next 4 days. If you could look into getting the schedule in order.
Yes,
That would
I
help.
will look and see where Father will be on, well, 4 days from now.
Does he know that I've escaped prison? I'm assuming so.
Not yet. I might try to... I have some friends. I might try to magically alter one of the current prisoners to maybe look like you.
Mm,
Or I can just say
That
you
could-
died.
that's also true. It's not like it's not happened before, multiple times.
I'll think on it. Either way, don't worry about Father figuring out that you're not in prison anymore. Because if he figures out you're not in prison anymore, then I'm in trouble. So I'm not going to let that happen. Is there
Um,
anything else?
When do we next want to meet?
Someone's horse is neighing.
Someone shut that damn horse up.
Would we want to meet before Sayori comes back, just so we have a plan to give
Yes.
to her?
We should probably meet the morning before.
All right,
the
we can
morning
meet
of.
here. Either one is fine. Let's do the morning before, just in case there are any kinks we have to
Right.
figure out. We'll meet
Agreed.
here at the same day or same time.
All right. Are you planning on staying in the city for that long? I would advise you not to.
We can go camping.
Right. Camping.
We'll keep you updated.
Or just don't. The less I know, the more power I have. Because I can lie easier because I don't really have to lie about it.
That's fair. We
Well-
will be in a place.
Yeah,
We'll meet back, 3 days from now.
4, but yes.
4 days from now.
Yes.
We'll figure it out logistically.
Well, logistically, it is 4 days.
It'll happen.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
So
Okay,
opens
bye.
the door.
She starts walking. It's afternoon, but goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
walks off.
Basil actually like follows after Vasati really quick, and she closes the door so that no one will see. Vasati,
Yes. She stops, turns around.
thank you
For what?
for helping me get out of prison, for lying to father, for wanting to change, to wanting to help. Just thank you. And I hope this will be as therapeutic for you as it will be for me.
You're welcome. Thank you for sticking up for me.
I do it for those who I think need it.
No, I don't need it, but the gesture was fine.
With my
I'm
friends,
not
you
good at these things anymore.
I think it's just one extra thing that people can learn along the way. Honestly, I was not this way before I met the group. And they've turned me into a gushy blob. So maybe that's why I'm willing to give you a second chance. But either way, I hope you can trust us, that we will help you, just like we trust you.
People you're
We
with,
don't
They seem like
we
good
don't-
people.
turn our back. They've become my family.
I'm glad you finally found one.
And if all goes well, we can still refer to each other as family, even if we're distant.
It would be nice.
And before Vasati has a chance to leave, Basil steps forward and like quickly wraps her arms around her,
Oh.
gives a quick squeeze, and then steps back.
All right, that was. I'm going back to work.
Get home safe. And Basil turns and doesn't even like wait to watch her walk down the stairs or anything. She goes in the room.
When you go into the room, you don't hear footsteps for a good minute. And then you hear the footsteps walking off.
Oh, she's getting soft. I can tell she appreciates us wanting to help her.
That's
She seemed
good.
genuine about it.
I think we did a good thing.
I'm still going to proceed with caution, but I am feeling confident so far, so.
Okay. So, with those conversations finalized, the time frame set. 4 days from now, a plot to kill your father, Basil, has been set
I'm
in
in the
motion.
ghetto.
I think this is a good place to take a short restroom break.
Woo!
Okay.
We will come back with the party reconvened and figure out where we're going forward.
Cool.
We'll be right back. Thanks for watching. See you in a minute.
John.
All right,
I'm being.
we're back.
We're going. Oh, we're back now. Shit.
Yeah, you pulled the trigger, John. I'm just
Yeah, I
holding
didn't
the
know
gun.
I
all
didn't
right.
know it was instantaneous. Jeez, I wasn't ready for that. Okay. So let's get back into the D&D. Picking up where we left off, the party convening about multiple different topics and issues. Gideon and Basil. Well, Gideon grabbing some divine blood from Basil and running some experiments. Jeez, can't talk. Experience. You all eventually were cut off by Basil's sister Vasadi. Conversation ensued. Vasadi agreed to help the party and to ultimately kill Basil and Vasadi's father for the good of everything. At that time, Sayori came barging into the room, apparently recognizing the mark that Vasadi had and where she was. There was another conversation that in 4 days, Vasadi would be back in Aelden, and they will help with the, I guess, assassination of Basil's father. With all that said and done, it is now back up to the party to figure out where they go next. It is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, once again, Seekers of Insomnia, what would you like to do?
Yedin, were you able to find the results of your experiment?
Yes. Is that a conversation we wish to have now?
We're already in private if this is anyway, so unless you don't want to share with the group.
No,
Just
it was when, not if. Gideon will stand up because I imagine he was just like in a chair while most of that last conversation happened.
It's completely up to you if you don't feel like you want to share it now.
Well, I'm already standing now.
Well, you're allowed to sit back down for sure.
No, it'd be wasted effort. So anyways, I wanted us to discuss our potential conflict with the Blackmores. I did mention yesterday that I believed that if defeating and killing Oberyn was something that we wish to see through, I still stand by that in this city, within this week, is the time to see it through. If we head to his island at the time of the Blood Moon, he will be surrounded by his entire force, minus the agents that he has out and about, and they will all be greatly empowered at that point. Here, I believe we stand a much greater chance, especially because, thanks to Basil here, I believe we have a weapon that will help kill him, and Gideon will pull out from his jacket pocket one of the vials of blood. You did mention that when Celia attempted to drink your blood, it caused her physical harm.
Mm-hmm.
I can enhance and magnify the effect to an extent. I can turn it into a I'm trying to figure the fantasy equivalent of like napalm, but I don't know of one.
Narpalm, our country's version.
Narpalm. But
Ye old napalm.
perfect. I can turn it into something that will, when directly smashed into contact with Oberyn, will cling to him and cause him to feel the same radiant pain that I just said her name.
Celia.
Celia, thank you. That Celia experienced. I can also create a coating for your sword, Rianne. That should greatly increase its effects against vampires.
So is this just going to immobilize them, or is it strong enough to potentially kill them?
I don't believe it will be strong enough by itself to do either. It's merely something that will give us an advantage should we seek a fight with him.
All the rest of the vampires.
Yes. I believe my arrival could give us a good enough reason to head back and request another meeting, perhaps during the day, if we're lucky enough. And, well, once we feel that we're ready, we know what forces he has inside the house. We strike and take him down before he can get away. Obviously, his forces will most likely remain alive, but without Oberyn, I imagine that plans might change.
Possible.
I think that it's a very good plan, and I think it's probably the best one we have. But I think the only spot of contention that makes me nervous is our own strength in comparison to his. Hopefully with these resources, it'll be enough to compensate, but I think the harsh truth we have to recognize that if we go in and do this, there is a very high likelihood that he's taking one of us with him. I don't think there is a situation where this plays out where someone isn't gravely wounded. He's strong, he's very powerful, that's something we all need to recognize. But that being said, I do agree with you, Gideon. I do think this is the best course of action. I just want that to be understood. And that's not me doubting anyone's skill. I just think that's the reality of the situation.
Anyone else want to share their thoughts?
I think there could be multiple outcomes. Brienne's outcome. There could be a more diplomatic one where it hopefully doesn't come to where we have to draw swords or powers against each other. Or if what Yosa said was true, and he's have that part inside of him that would like to change, maybe we don't have to worry about it at all. I think just depending on if we him, we have to have a plan for every single outcome. If we're ready, we all have to ask ourselves, going into this, especially with what we're up against with my father, I'm sure no one wants to perish, but since it is a possibility, we should all be 100%.
Rachel, your mic keeps cutting out.
I
just
am gonna
information.
kill myself.
I mean, we were getting
That
it.
got picked up.
Getting it.
Yeah, like we got enough, but yeah.
We need to make sure we're fine if we're gonna die.
We need
We
to
heard
make
you
sure
the
we're
first
fine.
time.
We're
No,
gonna
I'm
die.
I think it only
I
picks up
need to
sassy
ask.
Basil.
Yeah. Gak, Ursa.
So I have a rule, but I think it's conflicting with another rule that I've recently thought about.
Okay.
My rule is that you should kill someone if they or try to kill someone first if they're trying to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Ursa taught me a rule recently, which is sometimes with the best reason to do something, you can still feel like you made a mistake, even if it wasn't one. And I think that it's a little bit tricky. If someone's coming up to you with a sword and going, then you're like, yeah, they're gonna kill me right now, so I should probably kill them. But with someone that's this powerful and someone that is planning on doing what they're doing, I don't think we're gonna what's the word for like being like quicker than them, like getting to them quicker and then they're surprised by it.
Ambush.
Sure. I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. He might not expect it fully, but I kind of feel like this is the guy who's always expecting someone to try to kill him. So I don't know. I'm kind of confused because I do see wanting to just try to get rid of him so he doesn't hurt more people. But I wonder that if we do it now, we might not be able to. If we do it now and mess up, then we might not be able to do it later.
I have been doing a lot of thinking about this. And Gak, you are very right. It is a tricky feeling. I still feel conflicted. However, I think the best approach is to handle the situation now. We have the opportunity to do so. Basil is right. There are many possibilities that could come from this. However, I think we should go into it understanding that there is most likely going to be a fight. Perhaps, I know we are worried about our numbers. I know we are worried about his strength. Here is where we have an advantage. Perhaps we could reach out to Ulfric and see if there's a possibility he could be here instead of Sedina. Give ourselves an ally. Even Celia and Gabriel, if they'd be willing to subvert their travels and head back this way. I don't know if perhaps we could teleport to them, teleport them back here. If we feel that strength in numbers is what we need. Maybe seeing his children again, ready to cut him down, would do him some good.
John.
Yes.
Oberyn said he was in the city for how much longer?
This week.
So we have theoretically 9 days, 8 days. What are we talking here?
Let's see. You don't. He said this week, but he didn't give you a number. It is the 13th right now. If we just say by the end of this week, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, around 6 days.
Okay, all right. 6 days.
All right.
I think no harm comes from reaching out. If someone can get here that quickly, so be it. But I think we should make a move sooner over later, though. And I would do it before we made an attempt against your father, Basil.
Gideon, for the things you wish to create, I'm assuming you need to be rather stationary and have quite a bit of time to dedicate to that, right?
Oh, John.
To create the things you're trying to, it would probably take. It'd probably take about 4 hours.
Oh,
Like per thing or everything?
Well, all you're doing is making the concoction and then putting it into things. So it's not the most
complicated.
Yeah. Making the thing is what is going to take the most time. It also depends on how many you're making.
Yeah, I mean, Basil would request, if this is a plan we're going with, a lot more blood so that we can just kind of be stacked up.
I'll put it out.
okay.
She'd be fine with that.
I'll say this. I'll redact what I just said.
Okay.
Each one of the things that you're planning to make, Gideon, will take an hour.
If Basil's willing to provide more blood, I could take all day tomorrow and create many things.
Okay.
We could use that
24.
time to reach out to our friends to see if they're willing to help us.
Because here's my thought. For one, what you said, Yursa. Wherever our friends are, we tell them to go to the closest city in East Varia that they are, the thing that they're closest to. We can then go get them and bring them back here with the access to the teleportation circles that we have. That's thing number one. Thing number two, this might be a mistake. I don't know how much time it would take, but I stand by the fact that if we have access to these teleportation circles and we could go to Hillgrove, we could try and get that staff for Yursa. It would be another advantage we would have in that fight. I mean, I'm sure that its only magical purpose isn't to close those rifts. It probably would enhance her magical ability some way too. I don't know if we would have the time, but I mean, John, it's like 3 o'clock now after those conversations? Because you said it was noon when we got back.
Yeah, it's around 3 o'clock.
You could take Gideon the rest of tonight and part of tomorrow, and then we could try. So that way we're not just sitting on our laurels and just waiting. Not loyals.
Loyals.
We could
I will
be
go ahead.
proactive. We could be proactive and at least try and get an advantage that we wouldn't otherwise be able to get.
It's not a bad idea. My only concern is, especially with Oberyn knowing we're here now, well, you lot at least, I don't know if he's aware that I'm in the city or not. But I know he has eyes in multiple locations, spies. If we start gathering forces, could grow suspicious. I'm not declining, it's just a concern.
I mean, could we tell them to wait? And then
Tell who to wait.
Our friends. And then when Sayori arrives, we finalize the plan with Sayori. And after we've dealt with, after we've dealt with the situation with your family, Basil, we can talk to them about what's best with the Oberyn situation. Then as soon as we're ready to act, then we go get them. And it's not a drawn out thing. We just grab them and we head to the manor.
Well, I think the goal was to handle the Oberyn situation before Basil's father. If something goes awry with Basil's father, Oberyn may become suspicious and leave.
That's a good point.
That's true.
Also, if we bring a bunch of allies, we're certainly not going to be able to knock on the door and get an audience with Oberyn. If I'm the only addition, I'm sure Oberyn's heard the story of who I am. I imagine I would be welcome in, especially to discuss details of potentially working with him, because before we attack him, I would like to accept his offer and get those names. Bare minimum, at least figure out where those wine caskets are before anyone gets killed by them.
Fair. I just keep going back to the numbers game. There are 5 of us, plus Sayori and Vasadi if they decide to help. That's 7. But there's Oberyn, there are there's Lazarus, who granted is
Lazarus.
seemingly brain dead, but still, I'm sure, a fearsome fighter. Then there's also the 2 other thralls he had there with him. By no doubt, I'm sure they're powerful. So there are 4 people then. And all of you, or some of you, went face to face with Lazarus and the abilities he had. Like I said, I think that we can do it. I'm trying to make sure we're not going in at a supreme disadvantage. Elias would be with us as well, I suppose.
If we didn't make it, if such a brazen attack, maybe it'd be enough to scare him. Perhaps make him think an invasion won't go as well as he would think.
We
Saving
also
hundreds.
have to keep in mind. You can continue. You were still talking.
If we save hundreds, thousands, even if we die, but we expose him, because this will not be a quiet fight. People will know what's going on. Guards will be summoned, I'm sure. I don't think they'll be able to keep up their disguise any longer. The question is it worth it?
It's going to be hard because no matter who we attack first, it's going to gain attention. And then we have to figure out how to go about attacking the other one.
Who do we believe is the greater threat?
I don't know.
Yes, Gak.
I think the greatest threat is the rifts. And
You
I
are
think
correct.
And I think that whether we stop Oberyn or not, if we're not around to help the rifts, then it doesn't really matter.
Then I think the situation with Oberyn needs to be dealt with, and I think our best opportunity to deal with it is now. But I think that out of all of us, the person who is most qualified to deal with the rifts is Yrsa. So I think that in a disaster scenario, we need to ensure her safety. Because
Absolutely not.
Absolutely yes.
I think we are thinking worst case scenario, which is never a bad thing to do. However, I'm not going to stand by and just let you all sacrifice your lives and run away. That's not fair to anyone.
Let's be honest. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you please.
Let's be honest, if any one of us were the key to the rifts, would we be fine letting all the others sacrifice themselves for us? I know you a lot, don't try to lie to me.
It's a good point. I see the logic. I don't want the world that we would leave behind to be doomed because we tried to address the situation now. And that's a disaster scenario, and I don't think that would happen. I just think we need to be prepared for the worst should it happen.
Going in not expecting it to happen, but understand a possible outcome, I feel is very different. Yes, and we're not saying we would, give up our lives for you, in the sense of we're not just going to go there, distract them, run away. We're going to fight as hard as you, but your health and your safety is of the utmost importance. You understand? So
Yes.
maybe we'll focus on just a little bit more. Not enough to, make sure all of us go down, but it would be important for you to leave standing. Because at the end of the day, I can't do anything for the Rifts. Rehan can't do anything for the Rifts. Gak, Gideon, we all don't have the ability. So we're not going to try to throw ourselves... Well, we are throwing ourselves into danger, but we're not going to try to...
I understand.
Because
I just
there's
want to-
not a situation here where either A, Oberyn is dead by the end of it, or B, he's running away with his tail tucked between his legs. The big variable is how many of us are left standing when it ends. And that's all I was trying to say, is you need to be one of those people. I'm not asking you to run. I know you would never do that. And Gideon, you're right. If it was me, I would never do that to all of you. But you are very important, Yrsa. You are.
What if we contact our allies? We let them know the situation. We give them a day, maybe 2 days' time from now. Let them know our intention. We go knock on Oberyn's door. We, with Gideon's plan, say that we are going to accept these offers. We just wish to know the names. Get the information that we do, and we put our faith in our friends showing up on time. If they can't arrive with us, what's stopping them from breaking down the door and joining in the fight? I'd rather have somebody know what we're doing. We could at least try to arrive in time. That way we've covered every in and out of what could happen here. And I would also like to try, before we do what we're going to do, after we make our agreements and before we throw our bombs, draw our swords, maybe if I say one more thing, you might reconsider. I have no faith in that at all, but it would make me feel less kind of looks at Gak. I don't think I have a word for it.
That's okay.
I don't know if
Very-
that's... Yeah. That. I don't know if that's a good plan,
No,
but
I think it is. I think that we should give him one last chance before we pull the proverbial trigger.
Gideon, would you be finished in a matter of a couple days then?
Yes, if you all take care of arrangements and reaching out to people, I will require Basil for a few minutes, and I will work through the night and tomorrow if I have to.
Do you like this plan?
What?
Do you like the plan?
You see Gideon's very hesitant to say something, which kind of answers your question. But he finally speaks. What would you say to him?
I don't know yet.
How will you know if he would stop?
I don't know. And that's just me being honest. If I look him in the eyes and I can't tell, and if I don't know, I'm not going to take the risk and just hope. Everyone's capable of lying, and he's a master of doing such. There would need to be something, a great something to prove that whatever he says is genuine and there's change and want and growth. I don't know what that looks like. And this is just a whim. There's nothing stopping us from moving forward, which is attacking. A few words being exchanged. I won't take long. And if there's nothing to it, then there's nothing to it.
I trust you.
I trust you as well.
And I trust you all. I trust you, Gideon. This was a good plan. Your half, at least.
I think if Yursa, you can get us prepared for the best possible, Gideon to prepare us for the worst possible outcome. All have something to fall back to.
All right. Well, then, Basil is the one with sending, right? Yursa doesn't have sending, right?
I do not have sending.
Yeah, I think I have sending currently.
In GAC, you have sending too?
So does Gak, yeah.
Okay. I can, since Basil, you'll probably be busy with the blood being drawn over the next several hours. I can work with Gak and Yursa on drafting some messages to send to people while the two of you are working on that. Of course, Gak, if that's something you're all right with doing, I don't want to volunteer you for something that you didn't volunteer for yourself.
No, that's okay. I'm part of the group. Use me.
Okay, we might have to come back to that later. I never want to use you, Gak. I want to make sure that it's something that you are 100% voluntarily doing. Anyway,
I'd let you know.
Oh, good. Okay, so drafting the messages, making the blood weapons. All right.
Do you
Does
need
anybody-
Basil now, or can I borrow her?
I
Drain
can-
away.
Say that?
She-
Ew.
No,
She's part of-
no.
She's part of the group. Use her.
Let's go with Yursa's plan. I changed my mind.
Okay. So
Drain away.
we'll say at this point, video game time. Turning around dusk. 5 o'clock. 5:30 in the afternoon.
Oh,
Yes.
5:30.
Video game. 30
Mhm.
minutes after 5.
Whoa.
Gideon, you start your experiments. You gain how much blood from Basil? And how much blood is Basil willing to give?
I'm going to let
However
Rachel
much is
answer
needed.
that.
However much is needed. Girlfriend can just sleep the rest of the time.
Here's what I will say. If you are planning on working 24 hours on this, Gideon,
Mhm.
you would need 24 vials of blood.
How big are the
That-
vials?
Like going to get your blood work done
Science.
vials.
Oh,
Yeah, but 24 of them. So that's the
That's still a
significant
lot.
amount of blood
Yeah.
loss. So Basil, if you do that, you will be.
down for the count today.
I won't say down for the count. Apparently, you still have 1 point of exhaustion
Ah,
because you apparently has no one taken a long rest yet.
I did.
Or did you have Did you have 2 of them and then you lost 1? Because you did get downed twice in the fight in the street, which means you would have had 2 points.
It's possible.
You know what? Just everyone hit
Hasn't
long
it-
rest because I don't know what we're at. So everyone just long rest.
Let's see. That wasn't just 2 days ago, was it? Because I mean, in the last episode
You'd be
when Gideon was
surprised.
here. Well, yeah, but I mean, even just the last episode where Gideon was here, like we went to bed that night. There's no way that fight with Lazarus was like that day when Gideon showed up.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, it would have been the
We're
night
good.
before.
Is my
It's the
So-
the 10th was the dinner with Oberyn. Apparently now it's the 13th. Is it really?
Oh, that's
Damn.
weird.
Are we sure? No, because
That can't be right.
You guys just had dinner with Oberyn, right? I think I accidentally did
So
the
we
day
should be on
thing.
the 11th?
Yeah, there
I
we go.
think we took a long rest before we went to, or before we.
Did-
The library.
Yeah, cause
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I don't have any spell slots or anything marked off, and I cast Sending in the last session, so maybe I just forgot. But
Also,
I guess so.
it was the book that gave us immunity to being frightened, right?
Dude, I can't fucking remember it.
Because I have
It has
on
been
D&D
pretty
Beyond
I'm pretty sure it was.
immunity to. Wouldn't that only last 24 hours?
Yeah.
So it's definitely not there anymore. Okay.
It was, yeah, okay, so you guys went to dinner. Yeah, so what
Delete.
happened is I accidentally, instead of changing it to hours, because I've been tracking the time on the calendar thing,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I accidentally pressed days. So it's the 11th of Elysius, the day after the dinner, actually. The same day you've met Orion in the morning. So long rest would have been half. So back to what I was saying. Now that we've figured all that out, everyone's fresh. Basil, if you did this, you would take 2 points of exhaustion.
Do it.
Man, well, hold on. 24 is like a lot. Because, I mean, literally one vial gets Gideon like 1 weapon. I'm fine.
I will also say, yeah, but based on the weapon we just created during this session, it's an action to use. So unless you plan on just chucking these things 24 times at this
Yeah,
man.
that's... Which might be the
It's
play.
effective.
like a snowball fight.
It's effective.
It's the fight from Elf. Choo.
Yeah.
But no, I'm thinking, what if we get everyone like 3 of
I'll
like
say every
the
12
blood?
vials will give her a point of exhaustion.
Okay. Yeah. What if we make it to where it's just 1 point of exhaustion? What if everyone gets like 3? What did we trademark this? Gideon's Holy Blood Grenade, and that is trademarked. Gideon can sue if anyone recreates it.
There's
But,
a TM next to it.
There is a TM next to it. And then like 1 thing of oil for Rian's weapon.
Spicy.
So 3, 6, 9.
Yeah,
Well,
you're fine.
Everybody?
Give it to me
Yeah,
one more time.
what if we do 16 in total, just so Baze only gets 1 point of exhaustion?
Okay. All right. So 16
What
hours.
if
Oh, jeez.
we
What if we did 23?
this might be metal. What
Okay.
if we dipped Rand's sword in some basil blood so that when he stabs vampires?
That's literally what Gideon's making for Rian.
Oh, I thought it was. I'm sorry. I thought you said oil.
Well,
Yeah,
quote unquote oil, but it's basil
here-
blood.
I'm stupid.
Sorry, I played a lot of The Witcher recently, and when he coats his weapon in something to kill monsters, they call it like sword oil. So I just did that by habit.
Well, I think it's they use like an oil base, so that way it actually sticks to the sword. Because I feel like if you
Exactly.
put blood on a sword, it kind of just.
It's just gonna.
Splatters.
That's fair.
Well, the
That's
other thing
fair.
Here,
that
Basil.
you're mix-
During the fight, Rian will just run over to Basil. Hey, okay, I'm good.
do we
That would be
we could
more
just say what you're building, right? Or do we not? Do you not want to say it? You
I
just said what it is, but
I just said
what it does. So okay.
Oh, yeah, I can share that. So
Yeah, it's in
basically,
D&D Beyond, if you guys look up Gideon's Holy
really?
Blood Grenade, yeah, like
Yeah.
we created it together while you guys
It
were
even has
talking at the
the
beginning.
T. It has the T.
trademark, dude. Gideon's gonna be so fucking rich one day.
They're throwable bombs, glass bombs. So they're mixed with tar. The blood will be mixed with tar, so it sticks to the person's skin. So if you use that on a blade, the blood would stick to the blade because of the tar.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
So does this just so we
Cool.
each have 3 of those? Is that what was said?
You will.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and nothing for nothing. That is gonna cost Gideon 150 gold. Just throwing that out there.
Do
Would
you
you
want
like
to?
to take donations?
Do you want to use
That'd
the
be
group fund?
really-
You have the group
that one-
fund.
Wait, start a
Oh.
Kickstarter
It
for me,
will-
please.
I
I
can-
forgot
will
about the group
benefit
fund.
the
How much
group.
is in the group fund?
Well, I'm just saying nobody really wanted to invest in the group fund, so there's 28 gold in there right now.
Wait, Ursa has a lot of gold, so she will pay for the whole thing.
How much gold is?
Oh.
Well,
It's too late. Take
Inventory.
my money.
I like
Oh,
that
I
you guys are
fine.
now
4
realizing
gold.
that,
Wait.
shit, we're gonna start needing gold here soon.
We don't.
Jack
I
has
have
a
we don't
bunch
ever
of
have to
gold.
use
I
it
have
in
some
the group fund.
platinum though, so
Good thing Gideon's back. All right.
I'll take the 150 gold P, my guy. Don't worry about it.
oh my god, oh my god, oh my
Take the
god.
gold
I
Thank you,
can-
P.
Kayla.
Yeah, man, the gold P, GP. I'm redundant, baby.
All right, so
All right.
Gideon will be
Yeah.
spending 16 hours.
I mean, I imagine he's going to like work for 8 hours, take like a 2-hour nap, get up, get back to work because 60 hours straight, especially working with like
Yeah.
fucking tar, sounds terrible.
Yeah.
He's
I will say
got goggles
Basil-
on.
Basil, you don't need to be there for the 16 hours. The 16 hours is concocting it and then creating them. So
She'll probably be like resting if she's not
Okay.
giving blood.
So while that's happening, Rian, Gak, and Yursa is around. Well, when Gideon starts this process, which you'll be starting immediately, right? It'll go
Yep.
into the next day. So Gideon, unless you have anything else you're trying to do this day, you will be in your room creating grenades.
Just for a fun little role play moment, can we rewind to when Gideon's collecting blood from Basil?
Yep.
For just a second.
Back to that
No-
point.
More casual conversation while filling up lots of blood vials. Gideon has a lot of vials, you're realizing. Like,
You know,
kind of a crazy amount, but you're also not surprised at all. It's weird.
that's okay. I'm not one to judge.
So, I imagine he's just, again, being very careful to, like, not spill any, and also just not putting, like, too much pressure on Basil, because you obviously, you kind of squeeze a wound and, like, more blood will come out. So he's trying to, be thorough, but also gentle. And without looking at her, just still eyes on the blood as it's draining. Do you think she hates me now?
Yusa?
He nods.
No. Why? Why do you think that?
She spoke with passion about saving Oberon. And it's who she is. My plan goes directly against that.
Well, if I'm being honest, I think that's what makes our group so great. We all have very different viewpoints, work. We're trying to find ways to blend them. We're trying to make sure that every angle is covered. That's just who Yursa is. And even if someone has differing opinions, that won't make her hate them. Now, if you were slaying orphan babies and, kicking homeless people, maybe she'd be really upset at you. But you're just trying to do what's best for our group, for people. You're not doing it maliciously. You genuinely believe that this is what's going to protect us, protect everybody else. And I think she does understand, and I think she does agree. And she is all for the plan. If she feels that you know, she feels like there's no chance for him. And sometimes, you know, we saw with Vasati and we saw with Seor, they were able to be persuaded. Maybe Oberon will be a lot more, but it's not impossible. I think maybe we just need to let her have this. I think who she is, everything that we've done, has really weighed on her. And I think she still wants to feel like she's doing right by the world, even when we've been involved in so much chaos. And I think she knows that there's probably a higher outcome of him not being willing to change. And she'll accept what we need to do. And I don't think she'll hold it against any of us, especially you, because she knows where your heart is and why you think we should do what we should do. You know?
Switches vials. Well, I hope you're right. I just hope that if we succeed and, you know, she sees him, she just doesn't forever wonder.
I think the fact that you're spending all this time making weapons out of my blood shows how you care for.
You cut out with like that last two words.
I think that you're spending all this time making weapons out of blood. I think she knows you truly care about it. I don't think she's going to blame you. I don't think she's going to have any negative emotions, because that's just not who she is.
I just wish I was more like her and Rianne. All of you, I suppose, but they see the good in people, and I just struggle to.
It's okay. I do as well. It's okay to be cautious. Like I said, we need all of us in this group, because you have the people might see only the good. You have people may focus only on the bad, and then we somehow meet in the middle. So we can protect each other, but for the best. You and I are more alike when it comes to that. Not easily trusting of knowing what people do. Of course, we all know that. But I think with Rian and Yes's journey, their specific journey, they've been able to have some light brought back into. And fortunately, they're just trying to spread that around the group. And I trust them to know when they think that it's possible. And I trust them when they truly feel like it's a lost cause. But that's just me. You don't have to feel that way.
Bless you.
Thank you. They probably wish they're more cautious like us. They're very warm and accepting people. And I'm sure they wish that they had a little bit more in caution. We all want something that we... And that's why people, I believe, have mates. not just one person who complements what you don't have, but
We're still losing you, Rachel.
I'm gonna go outside. And
Use your outside voice.
I like turn sensitivity down. I don't know how to do that.
Go into the user settings, bottom left. Little gear icon on Discord. See it?
Okay, settings.
Go to voice and video.
Right in the middle of the monologue.
Yep.
Okay, I'm here.
Well, I wanted to hear it. That's why I said it.
Yeah.
Turn the thing that says automatically determine input sensitivity. Is that on?
Yes.
All right, click that off.
Okay.
All right, and now pull that little bar, the yellow green bar. Pull the yellow down to like -58 or 57. So it's gonna
An
go
oddly
this-
specific number.
That's what I have mine on, so it's pretty good.
Huh?
Okay, it's at 57.
All right, talk something very quietly. Say something very quiet. Okay, so it's not picking you up. Just turn it down more.
Turn it down more.
Yeah. And then we'll just move forward.
Okay. What?
Well, Nick, you're muted.
We heard.
I think if you keep talking like loudly, you'll be good there.
Just,
Yeah.
just talk.
But I feel like I.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Well, I
Oh,
feel like I made
boy.
it worse now.
Oh no.
Is
Okay.
That's
your
why the automatic sensitivity is good, I think.
yeah? Just go back. Go back to turn that one back on.
Okay, it's back on.
Okay, yeah, keep it there.
All right.
Dang it! What was I even saying?
Beautiful
Sorry.
things.
You were talking about making connections with not just like one person who complements an aspect you're missing,
Yeah.
but like multiple people. I was listening.
Yeah, I was saying, kind of flashing back towards the conversation Basil had with Rianne sessions ago. Basically, she was saying that, that's why people can have multiple soulmates. It doesn't just have to be like a romantic one. Instead of just one person complementing what you feel you don't have, you can have multiple people in your life who are also your soulmates, and they just complement and they make up for things that you may lack. That's it.
Hmm.
And that relates to what we were talking about as like everybody's different with their opinions. Some wish that they were more open and trusting. Maybe some wish that they had more caution. And that's why we're all together, because it just kind of comes in the middle.
When you kind of mentioned that, like, specifically when you say that like people can have like multiple soulmates is like the example that you kind of give. Gideon kind of like turns his head away for like a moment, and then he finally like stands up as like this kind of like last vial fills up. Always appreciate you willing to lend an ear. I should probably get to work. I have a long night ahead of me.
Well, please feel free. I'm probably just going to go rest. If you need any more, of course, you can just come knock on my door. It's not a big problem.
I think if this isn't enough, then we're gonna have bigger problems than just needing more.
Probably. But, any mishaps, just feel free to come and get me. And if you feel like you need to talk anymore, I'm right across the hall.
Appreciate it, Basil.
All right. Well, have a good night, Gideon.
Long one, but only going to be longer the more I delay it.
Exactly. And she nods her head and slowly leaves the room.
Gideon goes to sit at his desk and gets all of his stuff ready. He takes his leg off because despite the fact it's built perfectly, it still itches. It's the one flaw it has. And he just kind of sits there for like 20 minutes, just kind of like staring at all of his materials in front of him. And then he just starts working.
Okay. So, going forward back in time, it is around 5:30. I think we went backwards a little bit. We're back to like 5:45. Sure. Rianne, Gak here says, is there anything you guys are doing before settling down for this night?
Yrsa would like to go outside by herself. And like find a more like not wooded, but like a more floral area, like maybe the Emerald Grove sounds pretty. It's somewhere where there's like lots of trees.
Honestly, the place that has
place
that has like some of the most trees is the farming district, but also the Emerald Groves. The Emerald Groves, however, is the area that is secured by the guards. So,
yeah,
that is where Oberon's estate is.
That's not where she needs to be. No. Can we go? Can I go to the really happy lake instead?
The spa?
Where the spa is.
No, that is
see
the
smiley
spa.
face. Yeah, I know. I just like the smiley face. I want to go. Oh,
Wow.
that is the spa. Oh, okay. I'll go to the farms.
I mean, you can go outside of the city. There's plenty of forest out there.
I'll go outside the city.
Okay, so you'd probably leave through Southgate right here.
And we never saw Yrsa ever again.
She's not going far.
I'll bring you to the Evrand map because
Walk her ass
Eldon
back to
is.
Lunaria.
Little did Basil know. Little did Basil know she did hate Gideon and said, fuck him.
Fuck that guy.
So, yeah, you would go into near one of the mountainous ranges near the city, which has a plethora of trees and forest. So,
I think for a while, it's one of those things where she just didn't want to be surrounded by any noise or like too much people. So I think for like the good hour or two, she probably would just climb into a tree and lay and just stare up into the sky. But then she wants to find a caterpillar, if possible.
sure.
Okay. Did I roll for an investigation to locate a caterpillar? I have locate animal, don't I? Oh. Locate
You
beast.
don't need to roll
Okay.
to locate a caterpillar. As you're sitting in the tree, kind of laying down on a branch above you, just kind of looking up to the stars as the stars start to peer in through the dusk as it settles, and you can see the night sky kind of take over. You can see above you is one of those very small, like almost prickly caterpillars that look furry. Its fur on its back is a light purple that goes into a very bright white at the tip. With the stars that come out, you can actually see that the caterpillar kind of glows in the dark.
Oh, so pretty. I hate because John, you're just gonna cast speak with animals.
Well, this is a bug, so.
Oh, does it not work? You can tell me no. That's okay. Just gonna talk to it anyway.
It's
I
fine.
have to deal with this shit all the time.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Gonna give it the dumbest voice.
Okay. She's going to kind of like lay on her stomach and get really close to this caterpillar. So she's like on the same plane as him.
Okay.
Hello. I hope I am not disturbing your night, but I had a very important question if I could ask you.
It responds.
Thanks for playing, John.
What's your question?
Yes. It's supposed to be such a serious moment, and I'm just.
That is exactly what I imagined. Like, John, if I was in your position, that's exactly what my caterpillar would sound like too.
Okay, yours. She smiles. Wow. Sorry, this is a serious moment for
It's
her.
gonna be rough.
Talking to a fucking caterpillar. Okay, it's important to her. Damn it. Okay. If you could be a butterfly, would you be a butterfly?
Yeah, I kind of like my life.
I'm trying so hard. Okay, keep it together.
I could go one way or the other.
Okay. So you're happy being a caterpillar?
It's pretty good.
Just wanted to have a sweet moment. I didn't know it was gonna be this. Joe, shut the fuck up. I can hear you from the other room. Okay. What if you made your cocoon, and when you go to emerge, you're not a caterpillar, you're not a butterfly, but you're a moth instead? How would you feel?
Confused.
I fucking hate you, Ryan. Now I will not unsee it. Okay. Me too. I am also confused. But I think
Well-
that's okay.
Why are you confused?
Because, you see, I don't know if I want to be a caterpillar, a butterfly, or a moth.
Does it matter?
I suppose it doesn't. Thank you. I'm sorry,
Well,
I didn't ask you your name.
I don't have a name. I'm just a caterpillar. You know,
You better give this caterpillar a goddamn name, John.
You want to give me a name?
I suppose I could give you a name. Would it make you happy to have a name? Do you have friends that call you by something?
No.
Okay, well, I'll be your friend. If you want. I mean, I don't want to impose myself.
I'll be your friend.
Okay.
What's a friend?
Well, a friend. We
Look, you're talking to a caterpillar.
But he knows what a name is. What's a friend? I'm just a caterpillar, ma'am. I need you to back the fuck off.
Oh my god, my face. Serious.
Right. I'm going to call you Juniper. Because I like that name. And I think, Juniper, you and I are going to be friends. And a friend, well, we just lay here and we look at the stars together. How about that?
Sounds good.
Great. And we won't care if we're caterpillars, moths, or butterflies. We'll just lay here.
Alright.
Thanks, Juniper.
Caterpillar comes over and crawls onto you and just rests right here, and you can just see it kind of like look up.
Yep.
It's like Caterpie looking at the moon, wanting to be a butterfree.
Yeah. This is all I
Y'all-
wanted from this.
Y'all remember
job.
that?
Yeah.
Yours is content. Thank you, John.
Okay. Is Ursa sleeping in the woods?
Yeah, man.
John, truly your best work yet.
I was gonna try to make it like a super sweet moment, and then everything fell apart.
It was super
I-
sweet.
It
This
is
is, you know,
sweet. It
this
was
over Lady Gemcloak.
I would say it's even
Hey, you
better
said
than this.
It was Joe howling in the background.
There were times where I wasn't even howling, I wasn't even reacting, and you were laughing. That's not on me.
I know, I was crying.
I know you.
Anyway,
were.
yeah, Ursa probably fall asleep out there. She's comfortable out here.
Truly iconic.
She's safe in a tree.
With Juniper.
Juniper.
We'll watch over.
Okay, but like you have to bring Juniper with you now, friend.
Oh, new familiar who?
Rian and Gak.
Oh,
Are you doing anything the rest of this night?
Yes.
Gak. Question.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Paperball?
Overwatch.
I don't think I have.
Parchment.
Okay.
ball.
Here, do you have a piece of parchment you could give me? Oh, look, I found some in this drawer right here.
Okay, good.
All right. So what you do is you fold the paper up like this, like a little rhombus, a little whatever shape this is.
Rhombus?
The triangle, it's
Yeah.
a triangle.
I definitely know what that is.
Sorry. Okay. Fold the piece of
I
paper
know
up
what
like
that is
this,
for sure.
like a in a triangle shape. Okay.
Mm.
Right. Fold it, and then what you do? Go ahead and take your make this shape. Go like that. A little bit less like a W and more like a bridge. Like the Gak, like I'm doing. There you go. Okay, but don't hold it right in front of your face. Put it a little off to the side. Great. Okay. So what you do is you keep that there, and then I take this piece of paper, and then I like that, and I flick, and he's gonna accidentally hit Gak in the face with the piece of paper. Oh!
Okay, my turn.
Gak just picks up the paper and throws it.
I think that's good enough. I don't think we need to continue this moment anymore.
Just a nice little
Uh,
cutaway.
Yeah.
So, as everything settles down in the night, starts to come to a close.
For some of us.
Oh, Gak?
Before that happens, when everyone's going to sleep, Gak has an appointment.
Wait, did we know about this?
The party doesn't, but you guys do because
I
Gak
don't.
sent a message to Dio last session
Oh,
to meet up
I
with
remember.
him.
Are you going downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. You go downstairs and you do see. And let me pause this. Sitting at one of the tables with a drink in front of him, his feet kicked up onto the table, his hat resting on one of the other seats, like the top part of the seat, You see Dio. You also see another drink at another one of the seats at the table.
Hey, Dio.
Gak, my friend! How's it going? I got you a drink. Sit.
Oh, thank you.
It's milk.
I appreciate that. I like the milk. I like that you remember that I like the milk.
Of course, you're my friend. So, how's it going?
Oh.
That bad?
It's just there's a lot going on.
Well, usually people sit around the table, drink things, and talk about things. So, what do you want to talk about?
Well, you were the first first person I met when I went on this adventure. Really, I mean, I met some other people, but they were like people I walked by, or like the person I talked to at the school. But you're my first friend outside of my family, and I don't know. I can talk to my other friends about anything, and I do a lot, but I kind of just wanted to talk to you about stuff that's going on and all that kind of stuff.
Well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's listening. And he starts drinking. Take a drink as he slams his down.
Gak picks up the milk.
It's a tankard. But it's spicy milk.
Ooh, a little bit of spicy milk.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Okay, so you know how I was telling you about everything that was going down,
Mm-hmm.
and how you might want to help us. You were
Yes.
talking about that. Yeah. I don't know. Everything's just getting really confusing with everything, and one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. I've been learning some more lessons since the ones that you were teaching me
Good.
about the kill before you're killed and the steal before you're stolen from.
Right, yes.
And stuff like that. And what I've found out is that those aren't always true.
Well, no, of course not. But most of the time they are. There are special circumstances, of course.
Yeah, most of the time they are. It's just, I don't know, Dio. It's really hard to try and help people all the time. And then sometimes you're wondering if you're helping the right people, and people want to help people in different ways, and
Yes. Well, you have to ask yourself, if the people you are helping, does it feel right to you? Because again, there are people who would like to help themselves, and it feels right to them. For instance, if I steal something from someone, it feels right to me. It doesn't feel right to the other person that I stole from him. You have to think about how you feel, about what the decision you're going to make. That comes first.
yeah.
And I see that you've been helping quite a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I can tell you want to say more things, so go on.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Were you ever in a like a group of people, like an adventurer group?
Adventurer? No. Well, I consider myself an adventurer of the world. I've been a part of many ships, many crews. I've even, at one point, captained my own ship. Very small. Didn't last long. But I have been a part of many groups. Why?
It's something that I've never really had to deal with before because it was only ever me and my family. But I don't quite understand how everyone can agree on what to do but not how to do it. And it's I don't know how do you make sure that everyone is happy with that?
Well, if everyone likes each other, even if there are disagreements, even if someone doesn't really like another person's plan, but there is a majority, if everyone likes each other and respects everyone, it usually doesn't matter. If you like the people you're around and you respect them, then sometimes it's okay to go with what the group wants rather than your specific thing. Most of the time it works out, too. You have more brains thinking about a thing, and yours doesn't sound like the best idea, and everyone thinks another one, then you're probably going with the right idea.
Yeah.
You having trouble with your group and planning things?
Not I wouldn't say like trouble with the group. It's just there's a lot going on and I feel like I don't feel like it takes me a lot longer to it takes me
process.
a lot longer. Yeah. It takes me a lot longer to possess what's going on, and eventually I do, but it seems like a lot of the time you gotta be quick, and I don't wanna try to help and then not do the right thing because I didn't think about it enough.
I don't think that's going to happen with your group, Gak. If you speak up and have an idea, I think you should say it. And then, you and your group talk about it and figure it out. Rather than you stewing on it and trying to figure it out later and then the conversation's over.
Yeah.
Like I said,
feels like,
go on.
it just feels like whenever I have an idea, the idea is it's like not there. Like
Well,
it's like I'm about to have one, but I just don't understand.
Well, I would say the next time you have an idea that is almost there, try to speak up. Maybe the others can help you fill out the idea. You're a group, you're supposed to be able to rely on everyone and talk to everyone. Right? Also, take another drink.
Yeah.
Gak takes a much bigger drink this time.
Yeah.
Gak, I've met the people you're hanging around. They're good people. And don't sell yourself short. The last time I saw you, and not to be rude, you didn't know anything. And now, what, you're some sort of wizard in an adventuring group, saving people and helping people? And it's what, only been a couple months?
Yeah.
You just started out. You said you've never been away from home. So, it takes time to pick up these things. It takes time to realize the real world around you and learn some new skills, which seems like you're learning pretty fast.
I guess so.
I would lean more on your group if you need.
Did you know that I went to the school in town to try to see
Really?
if I could get in which was the whole reason I started everything. And they said that I would be better as a teacher because I knew more than they could teach me.
That's amazing! I thought you were going to tell me that they didn't let you in, and I was going to walk up there myself.
Well, thank you.
That's wonderful, Gak. To hear. That just shows you've grown so much. And look at me, I'm stuck in Eldin, working for the Thieves Guild, because I screwed up. So you're in a much better position than I am. Excuse me?
What did you say you were working for?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So remember, the people that I
Yeah.
messed up.
Well, maybe when you're done, you can set sail
I hope so.
and go being a pirate.
I
Somewhere
did hear that there is a place to the very far east, some place known as the Ashparan Archipelago, where the free folk live, just like me, pirates. Get there one day.
That sounds fun.
So, you mentioned my help. You still need it?
Yeah, I wanna. If you're okay with talking with the group, it's not yet. I don't think it could be soon.
Will the cleric? Will she be there? She was kind of mean.
Yeah, she'll be there. She can be mean, but she's not mean. She's so you know how I have a good family?
Right?
She has a bad one. And because of that, I think we're all family. And I think that she likes this one. So she wants to make sure that we're all good, and she does what she can.
Does she still hate me?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if she ever hated you.
Well, she seemed like she hated me.
No. I don't think anyone could hate you, do you?
Take another drink.
Okay, yeah.
He slams his down. At this point, you finish that one. One of the runners walking around, he's like,
Hey, can I get another drink for my friend? Thank you.
and he tosses a gold coin.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like you're feeling any better.
I'm feeling a little bit better. It's just a lot.
Right.
And
Well-
there's sometimes where I feel good and sometimes where I feel not good. Sometimes where I'm real happy that we're saving people, and sometimes I want to just become a teacher or be a pirate and just you
Well,
know?
let me tell you another one of my rules.
Okay.
If you're feeling bad about something, tell someone. Preferably friends. Don't just tell any random person on the street. I mean, you could. Just make sure you're not giving away your secret.
Right. I had to tell my group that I was a pirate.
That's okay. You can trust them.
But I did wait for a while. I waited until I knew I could trust him, but I waited past that too.
So, what do you have on your agenda? The schedule. What is going on with Gak?
Oh, I'm just
I know
kind
you
of
said a
doing what
lot.
the group's doing. Yeah, so we can teleport to like different places. Yeah,
Like you can, or like your group?
No, like the group, we have we have like a thing that we can teleport. It's real cool. So we're actually gonna be like hopping around a bunch because we're still trying to do that fight where we need a lot of people, and I think it's gonna be happening sooner rather than later, but I don't know.
Okay. You need me for this fight?
I'd like to. I'll ask my group, but I think they'd probably say yes, just because I know I can trust you, and I think we'll need a lot of people. But I also want you to know that it's going to be dangerous, and I don't want you to be there without knowing that it's
I've
very
been in plenty dangerous things, my friend. I'm pretty sure I'll be okay.
I feel like this might be the most dangerous thing you've been in. I mean, I don't know. You've been in a lot of dangerous stuff, but like, it's
What are we fighting?
bad.
Like a troll?
No.
Not a dragon.
No.
All right. You're not going to tell me?
I thought you were gonna keep guessing.
Oh, I can. A griffin?
No.
That could be dangerous.
10 hours later.
Yeah,
A beholder.
Dio lists many creatures that are not even on the same scale.
Yeah.
The
You were
kraken?
probably closest with dragons. It's not a dragon, but you were probably closest in terms of like. It's
A
like
drake.
bad. No, because that's not as bad as a dragon, but it's like similar. It's not similar in like ability, but it's similar in like danger.
Sean mutes himself.
I don't know why this is so funny. Every time I'm Dio, this fucking happens. Alright. Alright, I'm done guessing.
Okay. Well, it's none of those things you said.
Well, what is it?
Okay. If I tell you, promise one, to not tell anybody, and two, also not to freak out.
There's nothing that will make me freak out.
Okay. But Dio,
And Gak puts out his hand. And he grabs his hand and says,
promise not to tell anybody.
I promise.
Okay.
and Gak's gonna whisper into Dio's ear, vampires.
those don't exist. Wait, you're serious?
And then Gak takes his drink and
Another drink for my friend.
Gak takes a gold coin and flips it on the counter.
He finishes his drink.
I thought they were a myth.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm not as fazed by it. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know about. But apparently it's like real surprising.
Well, one thing I can add to the list of crazy shit I've done. Sure, I'll help you kill a vampire. Oh,
But it's
vampire.
not just it's not just one.
There's more.
Yeah, it's like a whole family. And like they're like trying to create like an army of them too, so that's pretty crazy.
Right.
I'm not
You know
gonna
what?
tell you who it is, but you probably know him.
Wait,
But
they're
don't
here?
let that worry you though, because don't be like thinking everyone you know is a vampire. But like, you'd probably know.
Oh my god. Right. You know what? Let me sleep on this decision.
Oh yeah. And again,
Grabs the drink, starts chugging it.
I can't be more honest with you that I don't want you to do this if it's like this is really dangerous.
I mean, it's been a while since I've been in a fight, and I've kind of been wanting to
That's kind of why I
get the
asked.
aggression out.
I know that's something you'd probably like to.
When is it happening?
So, either a month or like 5 days.
Well, I'm glad there's a timeline.
Yeah, it won't happen in between then. It's just either one or the other.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, there's so much else, but I'm fine now. I think I feel a lot better.
Another drink, please.
So, for the rest of the night, you and Dio drink and converse. Make me 2 Constitution saving throws.
Okay. I need to click on the D&D Beyond tab to make sure it rolls. I haven't had to roll this
Dio
much.
is the hardest character to play.
Uh-oh. That's okay.
Okay,
The
Gak,
second one didn't roll.
it's okay. The 7 is
There it is.
okay. And by the end of the night, you are drunk. Is this the first time Gak's been drunk? No, he was drunk the other night during the night,
Yeah.
the clubbing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Everyone was under the impression that he didn't drink, but he's had like alcohol with his family, like wine at dinner. And he's been a little tipsy before.
Okay.
Drunk not often, but
So, as that happens, the rest of the night you both drink your fill. How do I stop this? There we go.
as we start to part ways, Gak's gonna grab Dio in with a hug. He comes in and hugs him, and he leans down, and as he's like hugging him, he just says like, "Dio, you're a very good friend, and I'm so serious. Don't do this. If you think you can't do it. Not that you can't, but
Yeah,
like
I can.
ooh."
It's gonna be. I can do this. Promise you. I got this.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, we'll see. You sleep on it.
All right. You sleep.
Are you staying here?
He falls asleep at the table.
Gak looks to the bartender. Is he staying here? Does he have a room here?
No, he just drinks a lot and then sleeps there, and then wakes up in the morning and leaves.
Okay. Well, then that's fine then. Good night.
And Gak just leaves and walks upstairs.
So, as all of you convene for the night, hold on. Yursa,
Yes.
you are woken up by the sound of a crow right above you on a branch.
Does she recognize this crow?
Just looks like a normal crow. I will say, with your passive perception, looking around, you see multiple other crows. You also do realize that Juniper is in a cocoon to your right.
She is not going to disturb you. But she is gonna kind of sit up now. A little startled that she did fall asleep so easily.
I didn't wake you, did I?
As you look down, you see Oberyn Blackmore.
No. I was just getting up to make my way back.
You are pretty far from the city. Why?
Sometimes it just gets a little much. I miss being out here. It's quiet and a lot more peaceful.
It is quiet. It does beat the lights and sounds of Hilton. I do not want to take up a lot of your time. I received your letter, and I am grateful. Thank you for the kind words.
You're welcome. I would not have sent it if I didn't mean it.
Would you walk with me?
Yeah, I will. And she will kind of very gently just kind of scoot herself down.
He starts walking. He's kind of walking back in the direction of the city, but like kind of trying to stay within nature as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Why? Why are you being so kind to me?
Because I think that's what is right. Everyone deserves a little bit of kindness. I don't wake up thinking, oh, today I'm going to be nasty to the first person I see. But why you specifically? Because I feel as though no one has ever been nice to you.
It has
You made
been
that
a while.
very clear.
Yes, it's been quite a while since someone's been nice to me. And I wonder why you and even your friends I appreciate your kind words, yes, sir. What are you hoping to gain from them?
Well, I will say, sometimes there is just the act of kindness for the sake of being kind. Sometimes all someone needs to get through a day is a smile, is a how are you, it's a hug, it's something as simple as that. I don't try to be kind always just to gain something from somebody else. So that was my original intention, was to show you that people are kind. It's because it is the right thing to do. But
You
now,
are one of the few.
but now I'm hoping that maybe you will reconsider a lot of what was said. I don't want to reopen a whole box of unwanted business that we've already closed. But I meant what I said the other day. I think we all want the same thing. It's just how we go about it.
You might be the most intriguing person I've met in the past 500 years. And probably the only one who's shown me kindness within those. But what happens when someone's heart no longer recognizes kindness for what it is? Can recognize the gesture, but has no emotion attached. How do you fix that?
Patience. Time. And you have much of it.
Time, yes. Patience, no.
The willingness to try. Do you want to try?
Hard to say. I've lost the feeling. I've tried my entire life. Tried to do the right thing, tried to make the right decisions, and they always ended up blowing up in my face, making things worse. Because I'll reiterate, nobody wants to see a monster be human.
When I look at you, I don't see a monster. I see a very broken man who's done some very horrendous things.
Broken.
Broken. I don't know what broke you. And I'm very sorry for whatever it was.
May I tell you?
I would like to know.
Once upon a time, I met a woman who became the love of my life. We had children, Gabriel and Celia. One day I had to leave for business, leaving them behind on Isle Blackmore. Well, some of the denizens figured out who we are. And while I was gone, trapped my love, Sophia, and killed her. Luckily, Gabriel was old enough and strong enough to save his sister, but not his mother. So, mortals took the one thing that made me happy in this world And on that day, I have never been the same.
You're just gonna stop walking. And she's going to turn and she's going to give Oberyn a hug.
When you give Oberyn a hug, it feels like hugging an icicle. His body is, well, dead. It is
Yeah.
cold. It is not, actually, it's not a good feeling at all.
Yeah. She is going to do her best not to flinch and just give him a hug anyway. And she's gonna say, I know that this means nothing, but I'm very sorry that that happened to you. And it is not fair, but you know that. And I think there's a part of you that also knows that all of this anger, all of these broken pieces are not going to be fixed by hurting more people. And I think knowing that, I think it makes you even more angry. I think knowing that you can't fix this, it upsets
Hurting
you.
more people? What makes you think I want to hurt more people? What have you heard yourself?
You can see her face is super conflicted right now. Do you want to hurt people?
No one ever wants to hurt people.
Will you hurt people?
I will if it's necessary. We spoke on this the other night. If they are against my family, then they are against me. And I will hurt as many people as I need to keep my family safe.
But what if no one was out to get you? What if there was no big conspiracy? What if these people just wanted to live their life without anything to do with you, without harming your family, without...
Well, then those would be the people I won't be hurting.
I worry that, say we accept your deal, and we go and we get rid of these casks, and we go and we take care of these enemies that you have. I worry that one day, someone is going to say or do something that you don't necessarily like, and it is not against your family, but you think it is against your family. Someone or something has convinced you that people are going to make a move against you. And then what? You have this powerful family, this powerful faction. Let's say you move against people. Let's say you make plans to move against a great force of people. What then? Does that not just lead to more destruction? And more deaths? What do you gain from that? Fear? It's just an endless cycle. People won't stop. Once you take from somebody else, they're gonna take from you.
No one will take from me.
Look at how angry you are.
I am not angry.
You are angry. Just the thought of it makes you so angry.
So
If
what would
you-
you have me do, Yrsa? Allow people to walk all over me? Tarnish my name? Not allow people to fear me for who I am? That is all I have. That is all I am. If I don't rectify situations before they become them, then my family and myself will end up dead. Better to get rid of something that might have been a problem than to wait until it is.
I just think if you would take the time to let yourself heal, to let yourself mourn and grieve.
I did that. For
And
hundreds of years, I mourned and grieved. No longer.
It won't stop. It won't. It doesn't just go away, the hurting. It doesn't. But we learn how to cope. We learn how to move on, and we rebuild.
That may be true. But you're alive. And you have a soul. I do not. Emotions and feelings are lost on me.
That is a lie. Because if they were, you would not be here right now. Am I wrong?
Not entirely.
We could go back and forth all night. You know this. All I want you to do is to take some time to really think about what it is that you want. If it really is to just protect your family. Attacking before you are attacked, and the very possibility that someone is out there to get you. Because I can promise you, people are so concerned with themselves more often than not than they are with the goings of other people. Not everyone in the world is out to get you. Not everyone in the world sees you as a monster. You present yourself as who you are. There are decent enough people out there who will accept that. But if you continue a cycle of violence, because of the maybe, the what ifs, it will never end, and you will always be broken, you will always be angry, and you will always be alone. And I'm sorry to say that. I want to help you, but I could be very wrong. I could say all this, and you could laugh at me later. You could kill me right now if you wanted to. But you came here because you at least cared a little of what I had to say. I don't wish to argue with you anymore. I want you to take what I said and actually process it. And don't just snap at me.
You're set. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. May I use my Yrsa dice?
Of course.
Use my Yrsa dice. Okay, here she is. And then I'll use this ugly one too. Yay! Okay, Yrsa dice is 18 plus persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
That's my person. +2. Okay, a dirty 20. Ooh. Yeah, ugly dice.
He stops.
I still hold on to what I said the other night. You are very wise. Probably the wisest mortal I've ever met. I will humor your request. I will not promise anything. Now, I have rudely woken you up from your sleep and taken up much of your time. Allow me to walk you back to your tavern.
You may.
Okay.
She offers her hand.
He doesn't offer it back.
You bitch. No, you're gonna take her hand. Fuck you. That's fine. She won't.
So you grab his hand?
Yeah, she will.
Okay. You grab his hand. He doesn't stop you, or it just seemed like he wasn't going to offer it, but you take his hand. Again,
Mhm.
it is cold. He kind of looks down and he just kind of smirks a little bit and continues to walk. He walks you back.
Yrsa
go ahead.
is going to.
Oh, don't you? What are you gonna do here, sir?
No, nothing.
Remove
Fuck you.
curse.
I wish I had removed curse so bad. I looked earlier. I don't. I was trying to find like a spell that wasn't radiant. Like she wasn't trying to hurt him. She was just gonna try to put a little bit of warmth in her hands to warm his hand a little bit. Cause she's kind, bitch. Sneak attack. It's actually ice knife.
She's casting moonbeam in her hand.
Wait, what is Druidcraft? I don't think she has any spells that would work there without burning him alive. Well, never mind. But she'll just hold his hand and walk back. She feels like she's succeeded in something. Maybe her death.
I will say, because you are holding his hand, while you were walking, once you get through, he brings you through Southgate. Once you get to a certain point, he kind of smiles in like this weird, like almost Joker-ish smile. Not fully Joker. It's
Okay.
just like, it's like
weird.
It's
yeah,
a,
okay.
It's an evil vampire guy trying to smile.
Okay, I'm with you.
And you feel the sensation of shadows and like a tornado of shadows and bats as he casts Dimension Door and places you right at the front of the Bannered Mare. And it's like an instantaneous, you don't even feel it kind of thing where you just see it and then you're there.
Some Odin magic in this bitch.
Yeah. He releases your hand and says, or kind of bows a little bit, says, "Good night, yes, sir."
Good night. Thank you for listening.
Tell your friend that I said hello.
And oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say she'll just smile at that.
Okay. He bows and once again He just disappears into shadow, leaving you at the front of the Bannered Mare. Do you walk in?
I think she's going to process a little bit first. About 5 minutes, and then she will go inside.
Okay. With that, as you walk into the tavern, you see a passed out Dio on a table. He's the only one in the entire tavern. Just and you walk to your room. With that, that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Woo!
Hell yeah.
Thank you for watching.
Woo!
We are, I believe,
Woo!
we'll be back in a couple weeks. I don't know when it is.
Woo!
Christmas time.
After
Woo!
Quizmas. All right. Thank you for watching. We will
Woo!
see you in the next one.
Woo!
Merry Christmas. Merry holidays.
Ooh.
Goodbye.
Woo!